Echo. Like what did y'all do?
There goes something moving.
That's my microphone.
Oh shit.
But
Check 1, 2, 3. Sounds. Check.
They hear it now, right?
give him a good mic check.
Cable. Now they hear it. The cable. Let the old man come. They can hear it now. That cable.
Somebody said. Give another, just do one more scope test.
Try climb up.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't work.
Check 2.
I don't know what y'all unplugged, but
It's working now.
Oh.
You can check again.
yes. No, it's like picking up my microphone.
External microphone.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, that's the.
Check.
Oh wait,
That's this microphone.
this is it on USB audio codec? No, it's oh
But
that's the
that should be
microphone.
on, like
Yeah,
this should
that
be on.
codec.
Good evening, Rodney Brimlow, City Manager for the City of Deerfield. That he's, can discuss. And deal with that, and they have. Two, 3, 4 times a week. They have done incredible. So incredibly proud. Here to give us that kind of that update of where we stand as a city. Far as funding for the future, as far as infrastructure and other issues that we have on the horizon. Items that we need to keep an eye on and monitor as the future. We can have a short break at the mayor's discretion for however long. And then in part 3, we'll go through the 5-year capital improvement plan, but focusing on fiscal year 26. Then some discussions about the parks and recreation events that are planned, special events. That's an important area. That's an area that every single year we have lots of conversation about because those are the things that engage the community a lot. So part 3 is very important because that has to do with a lot with our infrastructure and our future, as well as what we're actively doing in the community. And then part 4 specifically available for additional commission discussion and public comment. Obviously, throughout the presentation tonight, commission can interrupt at any time if you have a question that you want us to answer. But we would prefer if you wait at the end of each part. That would help to keep it clean. And then at the end of this evening in part 4, to get the public input as well with any further discussion. Any questions before we get going? And are we still being heard online? I just want to make sure we are. Okay, very good. For this first part, I'm just going to go over the budget calendar real quick. We basically, in July 1st of 2025, that is when the certification values on the ad valorem tax, the taxing authorities comes in. We have now received what those numbers are. We are putting all of those numbers together as well. When we get to later in the year in our September meetings, you'll see what those final numbers look like as well. On July 8th at the commission meeting, we presented to you the initial cap for the fire assessment rate, stormwater assessment, the nuisance abatement. Those are important because those all are placed on the tax revenues. July 9th, today is the commission meeting. On August 15th will be when we submit the budget, and the budget message will come to the commission with the first public hearing on September 8th and the final public hearing on September 15th. In August, you'll also hear from Marty Kerr, property appraiser, who will come in and discuss the property values that we have in Deerfield Beach, how they've changed year over year, and how property taxation is impacting all of the cities in Broward County. This page just gives a general fiscal overview. And just to point out a few things that are on this, the numbers that you use that are up there for the residents, those are coming from market analysis. So they are not exact numbers, but they are approximates. So it looks like our population has been about the same, but slight decrease. Our number of employees has essentially remained the same, whether it's through our major contract services with BSO for police and fire services, and also our city employees through full-time and part-times have changed slightly. We did some conversions that you'll see that netted a 0.5 FTE decrease. We eliminated 3 part-time positions and added a full-time position, which we will get into later. Of significance is the total budget. Last year was $385 million. Proposed for fiscal year 26 is $326 million, which is a $59 million reduction in the total budget. There are some reasons for that. Part of it has to do with federal and state monies that have been clawed back or not going to be given to us. And there are also some rearrangements in the capital projects that we have looked at and realized that there are some that either need to be put farther down the road or eliminated entirely or reconfigured. And then there's also significant cuts on the order of $15 million that has been cut out of operational personnel and other areas of the budget. When you get down to grants, you'll see that it dropped from 11.8 to 6.4 million. Those grant monies, that reduction in grant monies is a lot of what you hear in the news and other places, both at the state and federal level, of money that is just simply not being given to the municipalities anymore. So we've had reductions, and you'll see some slides later that talk about our reductions in CDBG and other funding and sources of that nature. And then in capital projects is about a $40 million reorganization of that in total. From this point, I'm going to have Oleg, our Chief Financial Officer. He's going to go over our fund structure and other issues that are related at the high level of the budget as well.
Just a couple of points on this slide as well, for the public information as well. Insurance Services Fund, which you see in the middle page, that includes property and flood insurances, general and auto liability, workers' compensation, and risk management division. And right now that is at $5.5 million. We do anticipate some slight increase going into year 2026. Medical insurance includes employee health, dental, vision, and life. We expect that to maintain, from 25 to 26, same amount. And we'll talk about, the grants and specifics in the next slides. One of the major reasons in the grant decrease as well is the sunsetting of the ARPA funds, which we got from federal government in the past. Let's do that. Well, while we're waiting for that, the next slide is going to talk about the fund structure of the city. We wanted to make sure that commissioners, the public were informed of the financial structure that we have in place. Okay, here we go. General fund or primarily operating fund also includes medical insurance, as you can see on the left side, as well as the other insurance, it's sub-funds. The special revenue funds are specifically designated funds and such as road and bridge, grant funds, and building services. Moving to the right, debt service funds are the funds we utilize to pay off our outstanding debt, such as previously issued bonds, notes payables, and lease financial agreements. Capital projects, as you know, with funds that specifically utilize to track and maintain capital projects. And the final to the right are enterprise funds, which is water and sewer utilities, stormwater, and solid waste activities. All funds that you see here are basically standard structure for municipalities. Next slide, please. Oh, it works. Personnel summary of all funds. We want to make sure that the public and the commissioners could see the changes. Rodney already mentioned some of them. From 25 to 26, there is an increase in one full-time position. That's a performance analyst positions, and it was established in order to create to increase more accountability. There are 3 part-time position decreases. You can also see the changes within the park and recreation, environmental services, and municipal services. On the right side, you can see decreases and increases. As the city goes through the organizational changes for the creation of a municipal services department that's taken place. And there are no changes anticipated on the number of BSO office. Okay. Okay. This is a key slide that shows changes between current year amended budget and 2026 proposed budget. You could see, I'm going to cover some major ones. On the road and bridge fund, you can see decrease of 67% year to year. This is primarily due to the transit surtax budget. So last year in 2025, the city budgeted $6.8 million. The city never received any funding in 25 from the state. The new approach that we have is we are not including these amounts in the budget until we know for a fact the money is coming to the city. And what's going to happen during the year as the funds are awarded or they do come to the city, it'll be brought to commissioners as the budget amendment for them to make a decision what utilization of funds or what or for them to accept the funding for the city. Grant funds, you can see reduction. Primarily result of that is sunsetting of ARPA funds, and we have another slide. We'll go more in details of that. On the stormwater fund decrease is due to completion of various stormwater projects in 25. So there was almost $11 million allocated, budgeted in the 25. We have close to $7 million of projects completed, and therefore you have more scaled down budget for the year 26. The overall budget reflects a decrease, as city manager mentioned, of $59 to $60 million. The city undergone 3 rounds of lean budgeting reviews, and which projects were reviewed for its priority for the public and the city, and items that have funding were identified for. Additionally, grants and projects that will be awarded in a later time, as I mentioned, will be brought to the commissioners for acceptance and for the purpose discussion, and the budget will be amended at that time with the commissioner's direction. The next slide represents general fund revenue sources. By far, the largest revenue source in general fund is the property taxes, 42%. Utility service tax is 7%. This is a tax levied, as you know, for natural gas, petroleum, electric, water, and fuel oil. Franchise fees is 5%, and these are charges to the service providers within the city. Special assessment is 11%, and it is a fire rescue assessment fee. Charges for services are at 6%, and these are ambulance services, parking fees, and other program activities. Additionally, administrative fees are administrative services that are cost allocated to various funds. And I want to mention also sales tax. It's primary local government half-cent sales tax. And we're going to cover this more details in following slides as well.
We'll get it right. So to my colleagues, just, there's no light system here, so just jump in if you have any questions during the presentation. So Oleg, do we have the numbers where the revenue sources, how they differ from fiscal year 25? It would be good to see, where the revenues are coming from so we can kind of get an eye going forward. And I'm thinking a couple of reasons why. One is because, I don't know what's going to happen in the next legislative session with respect to the ad valorem taxes. So we are going to have to, at some point, get creative in our revenue stream. So if we can see where the revenues are coming from, especially where the increases in the revenues are, maybe those are opportunities in the future to seek. And into the converse point, if revenues are down in certain areas, maybe those are revenues we cannot depend on as strongly going forward. But between the issues, it's no secret that we talked about the BSO contract last night. We talked about the instability problem maybe with the ad valorem taxes going forward with the state legislature. With all of these variables are out there, it would be good to know what our revenue sources are and what other potential revenue sources are out there that we can pursue given the pluses and minuses. Because we're going to have to start thinking. I have a strong suspicion we're going to have to start thinking outside the box in future revenue years.
Agreed, and thank you for that question, Mr. Mayor.
You may need to speak really close to the microphone.
I'm sorry. We're going to have following slides for some major revenues that here coming up. If there are any information that we're not going to present today, by all means, we're going to provide it at a later time. But I'll cover.
I'm just going to ask if you're not going to speak, if you turn the microphone off, that way, if one of the others try to jump in, the light will come on. So Commissioner Shenetsky and Flout, if you turn yours off, that'll make it available. And then the mayor can see when somebody hits their microphone that they wish to. And also, yes, those are going to be covered in some of the subsequent slides.
Yes. When you look at fiscal year 25, the budget was 385, and in fiscal year 26, it was 325, a difference of basically 60 million. And what does that number represent? Is that meaning that we're going to have above the ad valorem income, and that 59 million represents a savings?
There is savings that's in that. Some of it is, there are three components to the reduction in the budget. One is a reduction in grant funding that we're going to receive. So we have a reduction, if you go back, If you look at this page and you go down to where the word is grants, second from the one from the bottom, you'll see that there's a roughly $5.3 million reduction in grants. So that means that's money that we're not getting. So automatically departments had to cut whatever they were anticipating spending that grant money on. So that $5.3 million is automatically coming out of the budget. So when we did the lean budgeting exercises, there were some protocols that were followed. First, departments had to assume that they had a 5% and then a 10% reduction in their revenues to be able to accommodate what we were already anticipating with some of these cuts that were happening at both the federal and state level. So that $5.5 million reduction in grants has to correspond to a $5.5 million reduction in the budget, because we will not, as Oleg alluded to, there's no wish list that's being baked into the budget. The budget has what we are saying we need for the operational aspects of the city. So that was eliminated. On the capital projects, that's another $40 million roughly. That was part of the $60 million reduction. So the capital projects is a reorganization of what had been presented to the commission in the past that perhaps we no longer needed or didn't need at the particular years. Reorganize that into the capital improvement plan that you're going to see in part 3. And that allowed for the budget to be reduced $40 million there. The other roughly $15 million is what we were able to reduce on the operational personnel side. And then realizing also that we have to accommodate whatever increases might come from our contract service providers or any other services that we provide. So it nets out to where the 326 is meeting where we're spending.
So you said that there was one full-time hire, is that correct? Performance analysis position?
Correct.
What does that mean?
So the performance management specialist is going to be in the office of the budget, and that person's job is to continue to monitor throughout the programmatic year, throughout the fiscal year, what the departments are doing from a fiscal perspective. Are they being fiscally responsible? Are they overspending? Are they spending in areas they shouldn't be? Are they meeting performance objectives? That's what that position is for. And we also at the same time had 3 part-time positions that we do not feel are necessary to keep in the budget. So that's effectively a 1.5 FTE that we eliminated, and then adding in the 1 FTE for the performance manager essentially means that the number of full-time equivalents for fiscal year 26 is a half a position lower than fiscal year 25.
What I like the idea that you're going to have basically an overseer, but I also want to feel secure that that person is not going to be in a position to cut services. In other words, you can advise on what's going on and look at different programs that are in the city, but to make sure that those cities are efficient with the money that they need to be able to run that and not be basically a fiscal hawk.
Correct. So it's a good point. And the position isn't to just reduce the spending. It's to make sure that the spending that is being done is for the programs that we're talking about. So it's actually ensuring that what we're saying we're going to spend the money on is being spent on that, and that money is not being wasted on something other than that.
I have a question. So basically we're losing grant money. I assume those are federal grants, right? Federal money we're losing?
Federal and state.
Federal and state. Okay. What costs are going up? What costs are going up? Could you tell me some of the costs that are going up?
We have a slide that shows the major, we'll get to that, what the major cost increases are. The big ones right off the top, you can, we don't have right now, and you have not considered a solution for code compliance that's coming to you next month, I believe. That when we examined that last year to determine whether we could do it internally, our internal code compliance solution was about $1 million increase over the contract. So we have included that $1 million. we included what the initial proposals were from the sheriff's office, because one way or another, the city has to figure out how that money is going to be utilized. That's another $7.25 million increase. And then you'll see on another slide as well, our regular personnel expenses and insurance costs that are associated with our personnel, they go up every single year. So all of those are the increases, notwithstanding the other increases like whatever might impact fuel, repairs, all of those kinds of other operational aspects.
How about FPL?
FPL is also included in the increases. FPL is going up. It's been in the media. It's been in the news that FPL is increasing, or looking to increase, I should say. I don't know if it's been approved at the state yet, but we met with FPL and FPL gave us what they were asking for from the state, and we included those numbers in our budget.
About water and sewage?
Yeah, all of those things we've included, but the water and sewage is not a big deal on our budget. FPL is, it's a significant increase that they're asking for from the state, as well as, you know, our typical personnel costs and then our contract services that went up.
All right, on this slide, you can see the significant portion general fund expenditures for BSO, 45%. So on the previous slide, you saw that the ad valorem taxes coming into the city is approximately 42% of the total revenue in general fund. The expenditure-wise, we're actually spending 45% on BSO. This is based on the proposed cost that we received from BSO office. The next largest category is personnel services, which is pretty standard for the industry, and it stays at 23%. That includes the personnel cost, wages, salary, as well as fringe benefits, and then other personnel expenses. The other large category is transfers out. That's typically general fund transfer money to cover the debt service cost, as well as other capital project costs. And I think it was an important point made by city manager and a good question by commissioner. Everything that we know at this point, the increases in expenses as well as changes to the revenues, everything is incorporated in this budget. Whatever changes you're going to see as we progress over the hearings will be what we're going to find out from this point on, as well as decisions you're going to make as a commissioner and direct us to do. All right. So now we're going to talk about the millage rate. The proposed operating millage rate as of this meeting, again, this is just what we know at this point, still at 6.0018 mils. This rate remains the same since 2020 for the city. There are two additional millages, as you can see on the bottom, for two outstanding general obligation bonds. And combined together, those millage are decreased going into 2026 by 0.0116 mils. Again, this is based on June 1st information provided by Property Appraisal Office. There was slight change as of July 1st, but nothing significant is anticipated for this millage. Total ad valorem property tax collection. This is in the form of dollars as of June 1st, taxable values. The city estimates collection of 70.98 million on property taxes, of which 67.96 million will be for the general fund. The information that we receive as July 1st increased this amount by approximately $200,000. Not a significant increase, but every dollar counts. Okay, slide delay. Okay. This slide shows an average property tax on a condo and single family owner. Average value in Broward County, as you can see to the right, is higher than within the city of Deerfield Beach, which is well known. You could see what the city tax rate is at this point, and then what the average ad valorem tax for average condo owner and single family owner will be approximately. Again, this is average. It doesn't apply to every single individual. They all have different circumstances and it could impact this rate as well. And then you have, see the line for daily tax rate.
It's important to, when you're looking at this, because residents can look at this and go, well, that's not my house. That's true. It's the average for our community, and it's assuming a simple 50,000 typical exemption, $50,000 exemption. Of course, we have folks that pay zero on taxes to the city, other than what might be the special assessments, all the way up to tens of thousands of dollars, depending on their property value and whether they have home exemption and that sort of stuff. So the purpose for this slide is to be able to compare it with Broward County. And the importance there is that we don't have the same average property value factoring into our revenue. So in essence, we have to do a lot more with less than some of the other cities. That's just the nature of the composition of our residential units. So it does provide a little bit of a challenge to us, but understanding that there's a lot of variability in what people are actually paying in their city taxes. I don't want people to have a misconception about what that slide means.
All right, this slide indicates a millage breakdown within the Broward County as the current year. We still don't have the information for next year from other entities, but as the current year, Deerfield Beach portion is 30.4% of the average tax bill. The rest are for the various other governmental entities, largest being for Broward County School District of 31.8%.
Want to talk a little bit about this slide real quick?
Yes, sir.
This is an extremely important slide that our citizens need to really focus on. All too often, I hear people coming up to the podium saying, oh, we need to reduce my millage rate because my taxes are too high. You need to reduce my millage rate. When you look at this information here, you can see that your total millage rate is 20.3258. The city is only able to control the very top portion, or 30.4% of your taxes. The city's millage rate is 6.1851, according to this slide. So even if we were to reduce your millage rate, as you can see, there are numerous other components that are included in your millage rate. Broward County Schools, 6.4655. That you pay more to the Broward County School than you do the city of Deerfield Beach. So a couple of years ago, the city of Deerfield Beach kept our millage rate the same, but voters decided to increase the millage rate of Broward County Schools. Therefore, at the end of the day, your taxes went up, and there was nothing the city could do about that. You also pay almost 28% of your taxes to Broward County. So if you look at all of the different entities that are involved in your rate, even if the city were to reduce it, if one of the other entities increases your millage rate, then your taxes are going to go up. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands the city has control over 30.4% of your taxes. The rest are those other entities. Thank you.
It's an important point that you make, Commissioner. As an example, if someone pays $2,000 in taxes, it's $600 is what's coming to the city.
Major general fund revenue sources. Compared on the slide, as indicated before, the largest increase is within the ad valorem taxes, $4.5 million. The reason that for 26, you see $69 million slight difference from the previous slides is because of the comment made on the bottom. We also, as we budget, we include the delinquent taxes that we anticipate to collect going into next year. For 26, it's planned to be $1.3 million. All right. Sure.
So on this slide, again, this is the revenue, Commissioner Shanetsky, like you were talking about revenues. the total revenues for the city is anticipated to go up 6.2 million. That's how much more revenue we'll have from over last year, which is why it's important when you consider that we, as I mentioned before, our internal solution for code compliance was $1 million over what we were paying. And we have a $7.25 million request from the Broward Sheriff's Office. So that 8.25 million exceeds that by 2 million. So that means somewhere else, if you're going to be balanced, somewhere else, $2 million has to come off.
Fire assessment fee. So just as a reminder, there's a comment made back in 2022, city had a assessment fee review conducted. And at that time, the consultant, based on the average 5-year cost, estimated that $372 per residential rental unit would cover total accessible cost. Commissioners gave us clear directive yesterday, so the resolution submitted, approved yesterday, established the top rate at $365. We wanted to show you here what happened since 22 years, FY22. Obviously, the BSO fire contract costs went up drastically. So if you look at 2022, based on the $235 rate at that time, the city was able to cover 46% of the BSO fire contract. You could see in 23, it was 52%, 53 and 24. Currently, and this is again, the year is not over yet, it hasn't closed, but based on our estimates, it's going to cover about 49%. The current budget you have in front of you today includes the $315 rate. That's what we based our budget on that you see today. If there is a decision made to increase it to $325 per dwelling unit, it will cover approximately 46% of cost. $350 will be 49%, and $372 at 52%. If the city keeps the $315 rate per dwelling unit, they'll cover approximately about 44% of the proposed cost from BSO. Yes, sir.
So in 2022.
Yes.
The study said that if we were at 372, it would cover 100% of it. And now, 3 years later, we're saying 372 is only going to cover 52% of it. Why the 48% increase?
So when they did the assessment, from what I understand, and I read it, I was not here at 22, but I can tell you they based on what they call the full accessible cost, which doesn't necessarily includes the cost that BSO imposes on the city. Okay, so it's a different formula goes into it. At that time, that amount that they estimated was somewhere about $24 million, $23 million. So in their opinion, they said if you do it 372 back in those days, it would cover what they consider to be full accessible cost to the city. It was not, yeah.
The critical word is the accessible cost. So when you look at the fire rescue contract, we have a few different things. The administrative person is not fully counted. The fire inspectors are not counted. And what is the part that you're allowed to use the fire assessment fee for is fire services. The fire services part of the fire rescue, emergency medical, all of that combined. So that percentage that you see, 46, is 46% of the total BSO contract. But 372, even though for next year it would represent 52%, that is the maximum that we are allowed to charge, because 52% represents the accessible charges that you're allowed to do. In other words, the other 48%, you can't use the fire assessment for. You can't use the fire assessment for your fire inspectors. You can't use a fire assessment for your admin. You can't use your fire assessment for your community educator. So there's only a portion of the contract that you can use your fire assessment fee for. You can't use it for the entire $39.5 million.
Okay, so in reality, that bottom line is deceiving at best, because if with 372, I can only use for a specific portion of these fees, why doesn't it say 100%? Because I mean, because that's telling me that in my own simple mind, you need to charge 650 in order to get 100% when you really can't, because you can only put those dollars into specific buckets per se.
Correct.
And so, I mean, that's a little deceiving as far as I'm concerned, because in reality, the 350, which we approved last night as our max, is not going to, it's going to cover 49% of the cost, but in reality, we couldn't cover 100% of the cost even if we went up to 700.
You can't cover 100% of the contract. That's correct. And you would not be allowed to go to 700. When back in 2022, when this was done, the consultants at the time do a 5-year projection, and then they average the costs over 5 years, and that's where they come up with the number. We're still operating under that number, even though the costs have gone up a little bit differently, but that's where that is. But we certainly can, if you would like, is have a separate line on there that says allowable accessible costs. I would and do another percentage based on the accessible costs, and that might help also before you guys make a final decision on the fire assessment fee for 26. So we can get that to you certainly before the next decision that you guys make on that. Yeah, absolutely.
So the number we approved last night was actually 365. Do you have those
We don't,
numbers?
not at this time, we don't. I'm reaching out to,
You
the
slept
group.
last night?
Did I sleep last night? Very little. It's fine, it's part of work. But I actually reached out to the company that did the assessment back in 2022 for them to provide the scenario to us. But it's a good point, Commissioner Hudak as well. We do need to look and perhaps revising this information based on what we know at this point. I think it's time. We did this in 2022. We're in 2025 now, so we're going to probably look into that and reassessing these numbers again. Okay, as Mayor mentioned, we're going to go into more specifics on some of the charges for services. So this slide will provide the comparison for charges for services over the years. Revenue is projected to increase by 2% going from 25 to 26. The single largest source of revenue in this group is ambulance services, and it's estimated for 26 to be at $3 million, followed by parking meter fees at $2.7 million. And then you see a description on the bottom telling you specifically what the services are.
And just as a comment on that, and I've had one-on-ones with you, but in this forum, realize that on rescue transports, we still do not charge our residents for any balance of what's not covered by either their insurance or other payment sources. So that extra is waived. So if, in other words, the $200 of the $1,100 transport is covered, we do not bill our residents for the additional $900.
So I know we discussed this as well, but do you have a number for that? I mean, because I'm not saying I'm there yet, but when I said earlier, we're going to have to be creative or approach additional revenue sources. That could, when we're talking about the bucket of options, that is one of them. I'm not sure I'm there yet. Do we know what that number is that we're leaving on the table?
For what is not covered, or what we waive to our residents?
Yes.
We can generate an approximate number based on the number of transports and the percentage that we get. We know roughly what that is. It would be a lot of work to try and get it exact, but and then there's also a collection issue, like what percentage are we actually collecting on that? So right now on our residents, it's 100% collection, because whatever we get paid for the transport, that's considered 100% collection. On those that are not residents, someone's at our beach from somewhere else and they get transported, they will have whatever's covered by them. And let's say there's another $200 that their insurance company didn't pay. We will then bill those folks the $200 like anybody would. And then we also know what that percentage of collection is And there's a certain amount that goes into collections and then we collect from that. We have a collections company that works on that as well. So we can get you those numbers. They're never going to be exact, but we can get that.
It's good to think about. If we're talking thousands of dollars, it's probably not worth it. We're talking, hundreds of thousands, it's something to consider. And if it's millions, it's something that we definitely need to consider.
It's not millions for sure, but it is, it'll be a significant number.
I have a question. What happens if the resident doesn't have insurance? He's a resident, you have to transport him, he has no insurance. Is it waived? The whole
They don't pay.
They don't pay.
All right, moving to the sales tax. As you can see, two main sales tax the city gets is communication service taxes and local government half-cent sales, which represents 70% of this revenue stream. The taxes on retail sales of communication services, which originate or terminate in Florida. Florida statute 202.19, if anybody's interested, provides the city authorization to impose those local communication service taxes. We don't, as you can see on the chart, pretty much the revenue is estimated to stay flat going into year 2026. Utility service taxes. The utility service tax is locally imposed and administered by municipalities and charter counties under Chapter 166 Florida statute. This tax is levied on 6 utility services: natural gas, liquefied petroleum, manufactured gas, electric, water, and fuel oil. The slide provides chart comparison for utility taxes. Revenues projected to increase by 5.8% going to 2026. Franchise fees, revenues projected to increase by 2%. Franchise fees are charges for services, service providers which operate within the city. The charge is based upon a percentage of gross receipts, a flat fee, or a combination of both. All right, moving now to utility fund. As you can see, no major increases are expected going into next year, 2026. Water sales increasing only by $79,000 and sewer services by $77,000. This page is just a different representation of what you saw on the previous slide in the chart form. You can see again the water sales increased by 0.5% over previous fiscal year. We also wanted to public to see the details of solid waste fund revenues. Major revenues going to 26. The revenue expected to increase by 3%. And if you have any questions, we'll go more in details. We do have staff present here to respond to that. But major categories obviously is a commercial dumpster, as you can see there, and the garbage cans, residential and multifamily residential units.
I'd like to say something, if that's all right.
Yes, sir.
As my dear father used to say, I want to ask a stupid question. He always used to say that. So I want to ask a stupid question or backtrack a little bit. The utility tax, when you're saying that's for electricity, things like that. I just want to throw this out. There are a lot of poles, light poles that are out. They've been out for a long time. I mean, not working at all. There are a bunch of poles on Hillsborough, a lot of poles on Powerline, and found out a lot of poles on Wiles. So is payment still being made for electricity for poles that are not working? I want to know that.
When you say is payment being made from the city, because a lot of those poles that you're referring to are probably FPL poles.
There are also city poles as well.
And we only pay for electricity that we're using if it's our poles.
Okay.
That's correct.
And how about with FPL?
FPL, so on the revenue side of this, these are taxes that are collected on behalf of the city that are collected by the utility providers. It's not related to the payment of it's not related to the city's payment of those services. It's related to what residents and others, businesses are paying to the utilities for those utilities.
Now, the slide shows details of stormwater fund. Revenues are not expected to change not to have significant increases going in 2026. We get a lot of questions related to when the city switched to the collection of non-outbound taxes. But based on the revenue we've seen so far, and you see it in your monthly financial statements you get from my office, there hasn't been much change from year before. We'll know for sure once the year closes and we'll have actual collections information, but so far, based on what we received, there's almost no significant change from the year 25. Grant funding. Overall grant funding received by the city expected to decrease primarily as a result of sunsetting of ARPA funds. You could see there's a decrease of $4.6 million. And as city manager mentioned earlier, there's some increases from grants, federal grants, as well as state grants. You could see the home housing and community development block grant decreases. Now, some of it also has to do with the fact that this year we intend to budget the grants as we get the confirmation, whether through award letter or through confirmation from government, we actually receiving funding. So we're taking a little different approach as well. Like I said before in opening statement, once those funds come to the city, it'll be brought to commissioners for decision and direction.
So I just want to be clear on this side real quick. If you just go, you actually don't have to go back, but on the grant funding, so this is not like a wish list. So I just want to make sure, because we had discussed this before, and I want to make sure. So anything that we wish that we're getting a grant for, we're not including until we actually get the grant.
That's correct. That's correct. There's nothing in this budget that is a wish list at all. So if it's not funded, it's not here. And the funding's not represented because we anticipate or we think about it. And the advantage of that is that when the funding does come for those things that we have applied for, that will come to commission. That'll be a public discussion. That'll be a public interaction where the commission then gives direction. So there's nothing on here is something that we have not confirmed.
I would also want to mention same thing applies to the capital projects as well. What you see in this budget is, again, we have funding available for. If the commission decides at a certain point to approve a project, we'll come back to you with different funding options, but they are not included in this budget at this point. Okay, the slide says significant changes in expenditure, but somehow the title dropped off. This is actually a personnel cost within the city and the significant changes in it. Insurance service fund, for example, increased 51% in personnel cost, and that's a medical insurance fund. And really, there was a position that was realigned from HR office to risk management office because of based on the job responsibility of a position. And therefore, the funding followed from the HR office into this insurance service fund. That's why you see the 51%. The rest of the increases had to do with additional personnel costs, COLA increase, as well as merit increases, as well as what happens here is, and it's typical for the budget, in year 25, you already have included vacancies that we have open at this point. So we accumulated savings from those vacancies. But going into 2026, we're actually budgeting all of the positions, whether it's vacant or not. That's a proper way to budget. So you see a slight increases, but in reality, as we get to the same period of time in 2026, as we are now in 2025, you're probably going to see similar amount of money unless all of those vacancy positions are filled by that time. And again, on these slides, we are including the cost of the BSO office, contractual costs, BSO office, as well as the code compliance. Again, these changes are based on what we know so far, what the information we received from BSO office, and the code compliance is what we expect to, once the contracts are negotiated. At this point, we're not 100% sure that's exactly increased, but that's what we anticipate. So we budgeted for the full amount in case if the amounts come lower, then obviously you're gonna see a decrease in that amount.
I got a quick question.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're anticipating our code compliant costs to double based on the new contract. It proposed new,
That's
okay.
based on, so last year we did a study of what the cost would be if we brought code inside.
Right.
internal. And what was presented to the commission at that point was a cost that would be approximately 2.0 million. That includes the upstaffing that the commission at the time recommended, as well as the structural part.
Okay,
That's the internal part. The currently right now, there's procurement going on for the code contract. I do not know what that number is. It will come to commission when that process of procurement is done, and then we'll see what that number is. But that number most certainly will not exceed our number, or else I would imagine that the commission would say, we're going to do it cheaper internally. So that represents the highest number if we were to decide to internalize code and do our own code completely and not do a contract.
and the other two numbers for.
Those other two numbers,
Those were numbers that we actually received. right now,
Correct.
So worst case scenarios.
correct.
I have a question. So what you're saying with code compliance, if we brought it in internally, initially it would cost about 2 million. Have you done like a 5-year anticipation, how the cost would go down? Or would it go up? Would it stay every year?
The cost would not go down because the code compliance is essentially vehicles and personnel. So that will go up every single year. The issue with code compliance is that we had a 5-year contract that was at $1 million and then renewed for another 5 years for $1 million. The code contract hasn't gone up in 10 years. It's been $1 million for 10 years. Obviously, during that time, the employees became more expensive, but we had a contract and the contract was at the $1 million. So we continued to pay that. Now that the contract has expired, there's going to be a different number. So knowing that that was going to happen last year, the commission said, we want to know what it would cost if we did this internally. So we did an internal evaluation with human resources and fleet management, other departments, and the number came back that it would be right at 2 million.
It would be double. It would be double.
Double what we were paying for the contract. Now that contract expires September 30th. And so what will be coming to you is the result of the procurement process for an outside code agency to bid on code compliance here in Deerfield.
So basically, we just told C&G, Calvin Giordano, if they come in at 1.9, we're going to accept it.
We did not.
Okay,
It's still a
I'm just
commission.
looking at that and we're like,
It's still a commission decision, but our number that we generated last year was also public. That was a public discussion that we had with the commission at the time, and that $2 million was made public at that point. Sure. So again, as a part of the overview, lean leadership and budgeting is what we've been focusing on throughout the year since actually starting in November and December. I mentioned to you briefly at the beginning of this that departments were, the first exercise they were to do was to look at where they had duplicative efforts or staff or where we could do realignments. Part of the realignment that you saw on the personnel chart earlier the consolidation of some functions from Parks and Rec and Environmental Services and Sustainable Management, where those consolidations happen to create municipal services, is an efficiency issue, and it also saves money. There is there was duplicative efforts because you have same functions in different departments, which it doesn't make a lot of sense, and it ends up wasting money. It also creates inefficiency in providing services to our residents and our businesses. So we already started that process. After we did 2 rounds of budget cuts, you can go to the next one. You can read these later, of course. After we did 2 rounds of budget cuts, where we still had done well over $10 million, we went to the 3rd round. And even in the 3rd round of budget cuts, we were able to take out another 1.5 million. That was our final meetings on this before we went through the CIP. So in total, that's where you end up getting somewhere close to the $14 million that has been cut out of the budget, except for CIP and what the grants are not funding. So that's a lot of the process that happened, and it's just provided so that you understand how we got to where we are here, because it is a different way of presenting the budget, that we are only presenting what we have funding for and the funding we have. There's no wish list that's baked into this budget at all.
Now, most interesting slide. So we as a city currently working on revising fund balance policy for the city. It is our belief that the current 10% requirement is not sufficient for our reserves. The city would like to, or at least we're looking into increasing that from 10% to 30% over the period of next 4 years. 30% would represent approximately 3.5 months of expenditures. Your reserves are calculated based on your expenditures. Interestingly enough, I just was attending a session where a GFOA representative told us that at this point, minimum requirement for municipalities is about 2 months of your reserves based on expenditure or revenue. So if city does achieve 40%, it's well above what the general requirement or general expectations of municipalities out there. The ACFR that was presented yesterday, if you haven't had a chance to look into it, I can point you to some specific pages. Actually, our unassigned fund balance as of September 30th, 2024 was 22.62%, or $30.7 million. It was increased over $2 million from prior year. Additionally, as we're working on this new fund balance policy, excuse me, we're going to be incorporating or establishing new reserves for utility funds, solid waste fund, and coastal waterway funds. At this point, city doesn't have a policy requiring that, and we think it's essential for the city to have that. And finally, on the contingency funds, they're not part of unassigned portion of fund balance, they're part of reserve fund balance. City traditionally in the past had $5 million set aside, so this contingency would be a hurricane and any kind of natural disasters. We are intending to increase that from $5 million for this coming year to $7.5 million to be more prudent and more proactive in case if something happens in the future.
Now, excuse me,
Yes, sir.
I was told at a meeting with you and city manager that our reserve right now is at 32 million and our goal is to get to 40 million. Is that reserve different than what you're showing?
I think what you're referring to is this chart here. You see that the unassigned fund balance in fiscal year 24 was 30.7 million, and the 30% goal would bring it to 40.7 million. That's probably what you're referring to there. And I mean, while we're on this chart, I don't want to take it from Oleg, but
Sorry.
that bottom line that you see is the 10% that is in the policy. My recommendation, which will come to you for approval from the commission, would have changed that policy to a 30% goal to give us 3.5 months of reserve. And that would be the top line that you see. The 2 years fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22 exceeded the 30%. And that was partly due to COVID. There was a lot of savings during COVID, even though there were some unusual expenses, there were still savings, and ARPA funding. I came in and just pushed that balance way up. But you can see if you look at fiscal year 20 and 23, 24, there is a good general trend of going in the direction of what we're asking that the policy be amended to be.
You want to go first or second?
I think this is extremely important. All too often we get sidetracked with the dollars. The dollars are huge. You know, you talk $10 million, $20 million, $30 million, $40 million. That's a lot of money. But when you are talking about a $325 million budget, $40 million, you can put it in perspective. I really like the language of percentage as opposed to the dollar figure, because that's what's important. You know, having 3 months worth of a backup is a lot more palatable than saying I got $40 million in the bank. I think it's just the optics are much better when you're talking about 30% of your budget, which, you know, 3 months, that's a good number, as opposed to saying, well, you got $40 million, why don't you give 10 million of it away? So I'm glad to see that. I really am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. No problem. I'm gonna jump on that bandwagon and second and third it, because I have been advocating for years for higher unassigned fund balance and increased contingency, because I view it almost as like my personal savings account. Like I have a personal savings account, and I put money in there hoping to never use it, but it's there in the event that I need to and in case of an emergency. And mark my words, unfortunately, one day we will have an emergency. When I was first elected in 2017, that fall was Hurricane Irma. And Irma came through and did a lot of landscape damage to our city. And we had to front a lot of that money before FEMA reimbursed, and then we had to claw back. So we had all kinds of issues with that. And so this 30%, you're talking, that could be gone in a heartbeat. I forget the number that we spent for Hurricane Irma, but those numbers that you show probably are Hurricane Irma-ish, like just for debris cleanup. God forbid we have an event that actually affects structures. Those numbers are going to pale in comparison. So I am a huge advocate of boosting our savings account, because one, it's good to have, and two, we're going to need it one day. And I remember the calls that I received from Hurricane Irma, night and day. Everybody wanted their limbs, you know, and their debris picked up. And thank goodness we were own haulers, and we were able to do it faster than any city in all of South Florida. I think we were done by October. And if you went down to the Keys in January, they still had large mounds of debris on the side of the road along the highway there. So, and our residents appreciated that, and we give them a Cadillac service, and they're going to expect that. And the only way we're going to give that to them is if we have the funds available. So I have been advocating for years for that, and so I'm glad to see that we're actually implementing it.
Those are excellent points from both of you as well, and I think you'll hear those echoed by our investment advisor in September, who's going to come and do a presentation at the commission meeting, and also here in part 2, you're going to hear from Ted Cole from Davenport, because not only are those important for those emergency kinds of situations, but they also speak to the financial resilience that the city has in case of something like that, which allows for the city to be more appealing to any other outside investor that wants to come in, whether it's a private investor or whether we're looking for a bond at some point. Those numbers mean a lot, because it says to the people on the outside that the city can take care of its folks. The city can take care of its residents. It can take care of its businesses if something goes wrong. And also you'll hear in the noteworthy section toward the end that things like FEMA, which is up in the air right now, we still don't know how that's going to work out, And these other, either federal or state funding options may be very limited in the future. So we have to be prepared to take care of ourselves in those kinds of situations.
I'd like to jump in. We're going to be having 8 years of major construction with Southwest 10th Street and hopefully Southwest 11th Way. 3 months, that's 90 days, but that could be eaten up very quickly. What would it take to have a 6-month cushion? Is that doable?
A 6 month is high for what many cities do. And a 6 month cushion is going to put you basically would end up doubling everything that you have here. And even with our recommendations that we bring to you in about a month to approve for the new policy is tempered by putting it over a 4-year span to get us to that point over 4 years, because we do have expenses. We do have to, and we don't have the revenue increases that would substantiate us or allow us to move more quickly to get to those goals. I think a 4-year plan is reasonable to get to the 30%, not only here, but in those other fund accounts, to really get us to a point where that is. And then that may be something that in the future, if the city decides that they would like to have even more, we can revisit the policy at that point.
I'd like to say just one thing about that. In basic financial planning and having done thousands of kitchen table presentations, that is the very first thing that we would show our clients, is that you have to have 3 months worth of your bill money before we can open up that account for the long-term savings for your retirement. Because I can sit here right now and open up your retirement account for age 65 and you're 25, but if you lose your job or something happens, then you got to cancel that and you got to go back. So that 3 months is excellent advice and would be for that as well.
So that's so far. We know of one large government entity was in Broward County that 2 weeks ago had significant decrease in their rating, on bond rating. So your reserves are an incredibly important indicator to financial investors out there, as well as the public, how well we're doing with the money. Interestingly enough, the reason that the rate was decreased significantly, the main factor was a drop in their fund balance, in their reserves. So great indicator, very important indicator, and I'm glad we're having this discussion.
Okay, we're going to, this ends part 1, so whatever, yes.
Yeah. Being that we were on this, the 30% goal is good. We need to be able to have something in case something happens. But I also want to be cautious with that thought process in that in case of a catastrophic event in the city of Deerfield Beach due to whatever, hurricane, whatever, 30% is going to be actually a small part a small part of what you need. Case in point, look at what's happening in Texas. I guarantee you, no matter what they had, that's not going to be enough money. So I think we need to, I too like the idea of a percentage. We should look at whatever that percentile is, try to meet that as a goal. But if you go down that line of thinking, let's go to 40%, let's go to 50%, you're never going to find a percentile wherein you're going to cover whatever the situation may be if you have a catastrophic event. If you have it, you're just going to have to be able to deal with it, just like those people in Texas are having to deal with that situation, that's catastrophic. That's unbelievable. And so I don't know what they had planned in terms of how much money they got saved, but no matter what it is, it's not enough.
And that's why, fortunately, just recently, the GFAO just came out with 2 months should be the minimum. And 2 months, 10% is not going to make, that's not 2 months. So we wouldn't even be meeting the minimum of what GFOA recommends if we stayed at that 2% on the policy. And the other part of it is we could have 80% in the reserves, but the policy matters too, because people looking from the outside, you could say all day long, well, we have 80%. Yeah, but your policy only requires 10. So what are you planning here? So you need to have that codified in policy that says this is where we want to be. So, and the reason why 30% and not 25, if you wanted to do 3 months, is because we know that the budget increases year over year. So this protects us for the following year to make sure that we have sufficient 3 months of sufficient funds available.
I have a question. Yeah, I have a question. Like I said before, Southwest 10th Street could be a big project of 8 years. Is the state or federal government giving money in terms of if there's a catastrophe or anything like that to cushion our city at all?
No.
Nothing? You're on your own, buddy, huh?
I mean, if there's obviously if there's a major catastrophe, federal and state governments are going to step in. But as far as giving us money up front for potential, no. Okay. All right. Mayor, that's part one. We're going to do part two, which is a presentation by Ted Cole from Davenport, which is to give us an idea and an understanding of our resilience from our financial resilience. So if you, I don't know if you want to take a break or you want to just continue on. Okay.
All right, well, good evening. Ted Cole with Davenport. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Am I doing the slides here? I can do it. Yep. Top one, okay. You all should have a copy in front of you, everything that's on the screen. We serve as financial advisor, municipal advisor to the city and have served in that role for 3 to 4 years. The primary focus of our work is around debt and capital planning, and that's a lot of what we'll talk about this evening. I'm going to keep it at a very high level. I think behind this part of the presentation, you'll get into capital improvement planning discussion. So I think it flows well from the operating budget to our presentation and then going into capital. Not looking for any action. I'm happy to take questions as we go through it. I think we're going to try to cover this in about 20, 25 minutes. And again, happy to answer questions as we go. Hopefully laying the groundwork for when we come back to talk about some of these concepts in greater detail. And I basically have 5 areas that I'm going to try to cover. The first being your credit ratings or your bond ratings. The second being your tax supported debt. Think of that as any debt you have outstanding that's not for utilities. Then your utility debt and capital planning. Talk a little bit about capital planning generally. I'm going to go through that relatively quickly because the CIP will be discussed behind me. And then we'll touch on investments. So with that, okay. Credit ratings, bottom left of this chart. The city has bond ratings outstanding from 2 of the 3 national rating agencies, Fitch. Pardon? Okay. Okay, gotcha. Fitch ratings, you're a AA plus. Standard & Poor's, you're a straight AA. You had previously been rated by Moody's. You're no longer rated by Moody's. That is something we've talked with staff about of potentially reinstating that rating going forward as we start talking about potential debt issuances and capital. Solid AA credit ratings. AAA is the highest rating any local government, state government, federal government can achieve. You're 1 to 2 notches away from that with the ratings you have. Noteworthy in the upper left, Fitch reviewed the city's credit a little less than a year ago, and they upgraded the city to AA plus back in August of 24. So an outside perspective, looking at your ratings, looking at your economy, your financial performance, they saw merit in increasing that rating to AA plus. Standard & Poor's last changed the city rating in 2018. On the right-hand side, just a brief introduction, and this is something that we may dig into over time, which is some peer comparisons, right? An opportunity to look at yourselves relative to other cities and towns in Florida or beyond and begin to understand where your strengths and weaknesses or vulnerabilities are from a rating or credit perspective. And we subscribe to databases from all 3 rating agencies. The bottom right just gives you a little bit of an idea. Within Florida, cities and towns, we've excluded counties. There's some different dynamics there. AAA cities and towns, this is by Moody's. AA cities and towns, and single A cities and towns. Moody's rates about 23 cities and towns as of this report. And again, something that we may discuss going forward is the merits and the process of potentially reinstating that rating going forward. Page 4 talks a little bit about how the rating agencies go about rating local governments. These screenshots are from all three agencies, and what they're demonstrating is the agencies start with a very data-driven quantitative analysis, right? So they're looking at your audits, your budgets, they're looking at census data. They have scorecards with very specific calculations that they're doing, and they go through that quantitative analysis, and out of that comes a numerical score. That numerical score correlates to a bond rating. And then each of the three agencies will take into consideration, to varying degrees, more qualitative or subjective input, right? Things that aren't necessarily financial or easily calculated and compared. So the more the qualitative discussion. And out of that comes a bond rating. They benchmark you against other communities, not only in your own state, but beyond. I know this is a little hard to see, but I'll talk off of that Moody's. They all go about this in a very similar way. They have some different nuances to their calculation, maybe some different weightings and percentages. But if you look at that Moody's screenshot in the upper left, because it's a little simpler, they have 4 areas that they look at. The first being your economy. They're looking at things like your tax base. They're looking at certain demographic information, how wealth levels, job levels, wages, economic output. That's worth 30% of the rating. And think about it, those are not things that you all have direct control over in any one budget, right? You can't just budget a higher tax base or higher wealth levels. Those are long-term initiatives. That's 30% of the rating that you really don't have near-term control over. Another 30% of the rating, finances, how you budget, how you perform relative to budget, your reserves. Talks about the importance of financial performance and reserves. You do have more control over that. So it's important to try to control those things well where you have that control. Institutional framework is worth 10% of the rating. That's a function of being a Florida city. You score very well because of that. They look at each state and they assign a rating based on local government structure within that state. And then finally, debt. Talking about actual debt, talking about your pension obligations, your post-employment benefits, worth 30% of the rating. So when you think about it, about 60% of the rating is finance and debt, over which you all have a decent amount of control as you go through your budget and you make decisions, which means 40% of the rating is a longer term play you don't have direct control over. And so it's a balancing act to try to manage those things where you do have control well. Start talking about the policies that you all just discussed, reserve levels, how you budget, how you perform relative to budget, your capital planning, things of that nature. So all of this kind of comes together. We often think of ratings have to do with debt only because we usually get the ratings when we issue debt, but it's really a very comprehensive review. A couple key takeaways from that section, right? I'm not going to read it to you, but you've got strong investment grade ratings. That gives you ready access to the capital markets. Higher bond ratings mean that you can borrow at lower interest rates. You have a broader appeal to investors. Lower interest rates mean that whatever capital that you are looking to fund should be able to be funded more affordably. And that's an important part of the budgeting is debt affordability. Okay. We talked a little bit about reestablishing the Moody's rating, not something we need to do now, but it might be something you want to consider doing as we go forward and start talking about issuing debt in the future to fund capital projects, if that is, where the CIP takes you. All right. Again, please jump in if you got a question. Page 7 starts the tax supported debt section of this discussion. Again, no utility debt is running through here. If you look on the left-hand side, we've shown it graphically by fiscal year. Every bar there is a fiscal year. The debt you have on the books today, it's been issued over time. It all pays off in 2044, right? So several different bond issues that have been issued. Some of those are general obligation bonds, about 8.5 million outstanding. Covenant bonds, that is a promise to pay, to appropriate as part of your budget. That's the lion's share of your debt, about $57 million of that debt outstanding, and some smaller capital leases, short-term loans. So total debt outstanding at the close of fiscal 24 was about 70 million, tax supported. All of the debt you have outstanding is fixed rate. The interest rates aren't going to change. The debt service isn't going to change unless you proactively do something to either pay it down or refinance it in the future. You can see over time there are some step downs in the annual payments. That's going to create some opportunities to fill in with additional debt if your capital program requires that, and help make that debt more affordable, minimize the impact on your budget. And on the right-hand side, you can see by fiscal year, principal payments, interest payments, total payments by year for the tax-supported debt. You're amortizing $3 to $5 million a year in principal. That far right column, which is called 10-year payout, is a percentage measure that is looking at in the next 10 years. It's a forward-looking measure. How much of that $70 million of debt will be repaid? And under your current schedule, 10 years from now, about 53% of this debt will have been repaid according to your debt schedule. Higher percentage is better. It means you're not backloading the debt, you're amortizing it quickly. Again, something that lenders look at, rating agencies look at. And this becomes the starting point going into the CIP discussion. The magnitude of the dollars in your CIP, some of that may be cash funded. There might be a need to fund some of that with debt. How much debt, in what fiscal year do we need to consider doing that, and start to build on top of that? We talk about debt in the general fund with two primary concepts: debt capacity, your ability to issue debt under your policies, under best practices, the way the rating agencies would look at you, debt capacity. And then there's debt affordability. How do you pay for the new debt service? And they're related but different. Many local governments, yourselves included, have debt capacity. You're not over leveraged as a city, and you'll see that here in a moment. Yes, you've used debt in the past, but you've used it responsibly. I don't think anybody would look at Deerfield Beach as an over leveraged, over debt burdened local government. So there is capacity, not unlimited, right? Within reason, there's capacity. And then the follow-on question is, how do we pay for that new debt service, the affordability? And that's part of the planning process that will be unfolding as you all take a closer look at the CIP, whether it's FY26 or all the way out to FY30. And we start to, I did do that. And we start to put that analysis together. Again, capacity and affordability. Right? Page 8, 3 key debt ratios across the very top of this page. The left-hand side is that 10-year payout ratio that I talked about. That is, how quickly are you amortizing your debt? Those green bars are your percentages, 50%, and it gets higher. Higher is better for that policy. The middle is debt to assessed value, so the debt outstanding as a percent of your tax base. For that one, lower is better. You do have a policy for that at 2%. You can see you're below that. Lower is better. And so when you look at that one by itself in the middle of the page, the green bars are below the red line. That's good. You're in compliance with your policy. And the amount that you're below that red line is the beginning for the discussion of your capacity. You could take on some additional debt. Those green bars would go a little bit higher, but if they're not above that red line, you're within your policy limits and there's capacity. And the same on the right, which is measuring your annual payment for debt as a percent of your budget. Range of upper limits for that, 15 to 20%. You're sitting around, 5 to 8%. And so it's this chart and those comparisons at the bottom that's measuring for each of those ratios, Deerfield Beach in the gold, and we're comparing you to other cities and towns that have AAA and AA ratings across the country in the lighter green and within Florida in the darker green. And as you look at how you compare to each of those, what you're going to see is you line up well for highly rated communities. Your debt profile is consistent with the rating you have. And I go back to the comment I made earlier, there is capacity. Again, not unlimited capacity. You can't, there are limits to how much debt you can take on within these best practices, but there's absolutely capacity. And the follow on and very important question is, how affordable is it? Okay. And those were some of the takeaways for this tax supported debt section, right? You've utilized debt responsibly, not over leveraged. There is debt capacity. I think a large part of the focus going forward as part of your CIP discussion will be the debt affordability. Yes, sir.
I have a question. I had pointedly asked, very impressed by the city having a AA+ rating, and I had pointedly asked, is there capacity to get even higher? And I was told that because of the size of our city, that's the highest rating that we could attain. Is that true?
So not necessarily. And I go back to these rating methodologies. There are some things that you all can control. Your reserve levels, how much debt you have outstanding, how you budget, your policies, your procedures. All of those are very important, and you have control over those. But you can't control directly the tax-based growth, sales tax growth, wealth levels, wage levels. Those are very important parts of the rating that you can't manage as a city in the short term. You can create a city where people want to come and invest and there's growth, yes, but it's a longer term play. So is it reasonable to expect that at some point in your future, could you get to AAA? I think the answer is yes. Now, every last step is harder and harder. The bar is higher and higher, but there could be limiting factors, and those are likely those credit factors where you have that limited control. As well as you manage your reserves and your debt and your planning, the question of whether the economy, the wealth levels, other demographics keep up with a AAA rating is something that is a little more elusive to you as an elected body. And so that is where there could be some limitations to achieving that. Okay. All right. Utility supported debt, different separate fund. This is primarily water and sewer. You can see same setup. The upper left shows you by fiscal year, the annual debt service. It's give or take $2.5 to $3 million a year. It is stepping up a little bit in the next few years. It levelizes, then there's a big drop. There was a bond issue that was done years ago, a fairly large one, and the final maturity on that is 2034. So in 2035, there's a big drop in the utility debt service. That's a decade away, but that will create an opportunity out there. But we also know, and you'll hear it here in a moment on the CIP, there's significant needs in the near term, not only in the general fund, but also in the utility fund. And one of the things that we're going to need to manage is how much debt might be needed to fund the utility capital. Same concepts, you'd be cash funded, maybe grants, but there's likely to be an element of your CIP for utility that would be debt funded. How much is that? In what years does that come on? And how does that impact the financials of primarily the water and sewer system, the impact on rates and charges? And again, on the right hand, it's about $29 million of debt outstanding for for the utilities. And you can see on the far right what the annual payment is. As I said, $2.5 to $3 million a year. A lot of graphs on page 12. I'm not going to go through those, but a couple important distinctions to make with utility debt. Where you all have evolved, and many local governments have evolved there, is that the debt you issue to support, let's call it water and sewer capital, is secured by the revenues of that system. It's called a revenue bond. It's not a GO bond. It's not a covenant to budget and appropriate. It is a pledge of the revenues of the water and sewer system. And when you go to that type of debt, again, very common, you enter into certain covenants, right? You agree to set rates and charges at certain levels to generate cash flow in the water and sewer system to meet certain metrics every year. And if you don't meet those metrics, there's an agreement in place that says, all right, we're gonna look hard at our budget. We might bring in a rate consultant to help us get back on track. So there's some business-like covenants that are required when you're in the revenue bond issuance cycle. And these charts are tracking those. They're forward-looking in this case. This dates back to 2024 when we last did a revenue bond. And my point in mentioning it is there are some very good financial models in place for your water and sewer system that are going to be important to update as you start digging into your utility CIP, right? We talk about the general fund CIP, talk about the utility fund CIP, work that your staff has done. We have assisted in, as well as a feasibility consultant that you've worked with historically. Those are important models that will ultimately give you all a lot of very good information to make some decisions on related to your utility capital needs. It will also help inform you about what needs to happen with rates and charges. And it will be very important when the time comes, assuming that time will come based on what we know, it's likely. It will be very important when you do need to go out and either get a bond rating for the utility bonds or issue debt. Key takeaways on the utility. You've done a not over leveraged, it is not an over leveraged water and sewer system. So similarly, there is capacity, right? Having a conversation about a multi-million-dollar CIP and utilities that might require debt, very reasonable conversation. You've taken advantage of low interest loan programs over the years, revolving loans and such, but we also know water and sewer business is very expensive. Regulatory compliance, redundancy, quality, and those things are getting even more expensive with the economy and higher levels of treatment and regulatory compliance. There is a 5-year rate plan that's out there. I think the commission adopted that in maybe December of 2023. Going forward, as you start talking about your utility CIP, the dollars that might be needed and when those dollars are needed, we'll start to leverage those models that I spoke about and model that CIP. Again, cash funded projects, debt funded projects, whatever it may be. And as part of that, be revisiting that rate model, that rate plan that was adopted in 23 to make sure that either it's adequate to meet the needs that you have, or that the needs for capital can be managed around the rate model that you've already adopted or the rate plan that you've already adopted. I'm going to go through this section very quickly, CIP, because that's going to be discussed. You've got a very good CIP process in place. Based on my conversations with staff, they're looking to refine that and evolve it. And we're going to hear about that. What's important, that kind of the key takeaways from where we sit, and this is important in putting a plan together to help you fund the CIP, which we will then present to the rating agencies or to bank lenders or investors, is that it's not a wish list. It's a real plan. Now, you do revisit it every year and you prioritize, and things can get reprioritized as a year goes by or as 2 years goes by, but try to avoid the wish list mentality. And importantly, if you have $100 million in needs, we do our best every year to identify the $100 million in sources of funding. We want it matched, not only what you need to spend by year, but where the dollars are likely to come from, and understanding it's going to evolve and get updated. And as I said, it's cash funding, either from reserves or current year revenue that you're generating. It's debt funding, maybe grant funding, and things like that. So a matched CIP, and that's going to be true on the general fund side as well as the utility side. There's a life cycle to a CIP, right? Helping you all evolve from departmental requests, helping you understand the need for those, giving you information so you can start to make prioritizations, understanding, is this affordable? If so, what's what is the impact on our budget, and what year might that impact hit? So we're prepared, you're prepared to make those financial decisions to support the capital plan that is being requested. Different types of debt that will be at your disposal when the time comes. There's pros and cons to each of those. There are different places where they're appropriate for certain projects. I don't think we need to dig into that too terribly much today, other than to say, when the time comes, there are a number of funding options available to you, and you'll want to begin to dig into those as that CIP plan comes together. How you go about issuing debt, whether we go directly to banks, we go to the bond market, or we leverage either a state, federal funding program. Again, though they have different applicability depending on the type of project, the amount of money, and the purpose of the funding. A few very high level observations on CIP planning. We're going to hear more about that here in just a moment. And then I'm going to wrap up on investments. I think it was alluded to a moment ago, you all are going to have a presentation from an investment manager in the late summer or fall. I think that's going to be very helpful in looking at your strategy for your reserves, how you go about investing them. Obviously, with local government investing, the first and foremost is dictated by state statutes, right? A number of statutes under which you've got to operate for investments. Right now, we're in an environment of pretty extreme volatility. There is a lack of conviction by the markets, and I'm going to use that term very broadly, the markets, about where the economy is headed, what the Fed is going to do, inflation, the job market. I think there's a lack of conviction amongst the market participants about where that's headed. And so as a result, any bit of information that comes out, whether it's an economic release or a geopolitical event or a social media release, the market seizes on that and reacts. And so I think as a result of that, we tend to see a lot of movement, because that's the information that's driving the markets, rather than that longer term vision that I think in many parts of the market it's struggling to get. So first and foremost, you're investing in compliance with state statutes. We want to make sure that you've got the liquidity you need to fund what you need to fund and meet all your cash flow needs. We want to make sure that your investments are matched to your cash flow needs, and you're in very safe investments. We are in a pretty favorable interest rate environment right now, even for overnight funds. You're putting your funds in an overnight money market like a Florida Prime, or even your depository, you're getting a pretty good rate of return on that. I think this is a helpful chart, right? On the left-hand side, that very steep increase in rates, and this is a 1-year treasury rate. Coming out of COVID, the Federal Reserve started moving that overnight rate up 25, 50 basis points. That had a direct impact on your investments as a local government, because they're relatively short term. And we're not maybe at the highs, they've come down a tad, but we're on the higher end, and where that money is sitting right now invested for the city, 4+%, I would expect at this point. Now, will rates start to come down? I think that's where there's a lot of discussion. general expectation that rates will come down, but when and how quickly is where people begin to differ. And that's where I think your investment review is going to be very helpful to position the portfolio, as I said, to not only meet all of your liquidity needs and cash flow, but try to manage through what could be a falling rate environment if we indeed get there with the Fed reducing the overnight rate. And that's to be determined. Yes, sir.
So just talk about our obligation to the residents with regards to risk when we're looking at various investment opportunities for these funds. I'm personally a conservative person, so that's just me. But you know, there may be other opportunities, like you said, to get a bigger bang for the buck. But of course, you're going to increase the potential for risk. What is I would assume cities are held to a higher standard than I am if I want to go to Schwab or somebody like that. Maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Yeah. As I said, state statutes dictate eligible investments for local governments. And no matter what state you're in, the general approach, and that's often referred to as sort of the prudent man principle, right? And they talk about three key tenets to local government investment. The first being safety, right? Safety of your principal. And for that reason, you're often finding that what you're eligible to invest in are U.S. Treasuries, agency securities, shorter term fixed rates, often fixed rate securities, or in a money market fund that is collateralized, and it's in that money market is invested in those types of securities. So safety. Secondly would be liquidity. You need something that if you needed to sell a security, there's a ready market for it. And with treasuries, agencies, commercial paper, those are very liquid securities that you could sell if you own them to generate cash to meet whatever need it is. So safety, liquidity, and third is yield, your return. That is sort of the third priority of those three, and should not be driving all of your decisions. So you're absolutely right. Local governments are held to a higher standard for those reasons. And what we normally see is investment horizons for the bulk of local government funding in the 1 to 3 year horizon. Not to say that you couldn't invest in securities that have longer maturities, but you need to do so very carefully, because with a fixed income security, as yields move up, the dollar price of that investment goes down, and that relationship is amplified with a longer term maturity. And for that reason, we see shorter term portfolios for local government investing.
So if this was 2004 and I had a crystal ball, I couldn't invest in Google with the city money.
You could not.
No.
Not without special legislation. Anyhow.
And also realize that we regularly meet with our investment advisors to make sure that we're in compliance with the state law, because really the purpose of the reserve funds is to be liquid, that mostly liquid, that if we needed those funds for a disaster or catastrophe, we can access them. We can't invest in 20-year programs where we can't get access to the money. There would be no point in that. So the state law regulates a lot of what we are even eligible to have that in, and we work with our investment advisors all the time. And so that's why when the presentation comes in September, is it September? In September, the investment advisor that you're going to see has been working with the city, I think, since the 90s. And they're very stable. They used to be, what was the bank? Not the bank anymore. It was Wells Fargo, right? Wells Fargo. And so you'll see that how that has panned out over time. And that's something that we stay on top of regularly by meeting with and discussing any of those portfolio changes.
I'd like to make a short observation. First of all, I would like to thank the city and staff for bringing Davenport in for this I've literally listened to dozens, if not a few hundred fund managers in the last 39 years that I've been licensed, because they come to our offices to get us to sell their funds and things like that. And sir, your presentation was wonderful. It was knowledgeable. For our residents, if they maybe didn't understand some charts and graphs, your delivery, your calm, reassuring voice, and the information that you shared. If I was a resident right now and not a commissioner, and I was listening to this, I would be very, very proud to know that we're in a wonderful financial position, that our future is bright, and that we have a capacity to absorb more debt. Not that we want to have more debt, but it's like a person with a great credit rating, because our personal finances, we can't go on to see our S&P rating. Okay, so we're going to go to Credit Karma or something, but we're looking at a Credit Karma City in the 800s, as an analogy. Okay, and I think that everyone should get that type of reinsurance, and the fact that you're not a city employee, you're an outside person coming in that's looked at this entire situation. And I think it should make every resident proud. And I want to thank you for coming, and congratulate you on your delivery and the information you provided tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. You said something that caught my attention about maybe 20 minutes back. You said that we're paying off a bond, will be paid off by 2034. What was that bond? Could you clarify on that? What was it used for?
Get there, Rodney. This is it. I think this was the slide I was speaking from. It's water, sewer, utility. I'll have to go back. I don't know off the top of my head what that. Well, it's the final maturity is 34, so you're probably going back 20 years from that. It might have been 2014-ish, right? If it was a 20-year bond at the time, could have been 2010. I don't know the answer off the top of my head what that bond issue funded. It could have been multiple projects, but it was a fairly substantial, right? Because the payment's going from $3 million a year to $300,000. So it's a big bond issue to drop the annual payment that much. But we'll follow up on that.
A lot of what Mr. Cole has covered, and in part what we covered in the first section, really has to do with our city's position and relative to the other cities around us. And the bottom line is that we are really doing our very best to keep us in the most secure financial position for the purpose of our residents, as well as being very transparent about how our money is being spent, but also making sure that we'll be able to provide for our residents toward the future. This slide here talks about many of the things that we all know, but it's just a reminder slide of what is uncertain and what we are taking into account when we look at the conservative nature of how we are funding things, how we're paying for things, and why we're budgeting with a budget that has exactly where the revenue is coming from and what we're spending it on, and not anticipating things that are not already locked in. We know about the FEMA changes that we don't know what they're going to look like when they're finished, but we know that that is a big deal both at the federal and state level. State government, there's the property and sales tax issues that are going on. And just, I may have said this before, but to reiterate, as part of the budget presentation, there was an amendment passed to the Constitution last year that is raising the exemption rate based on CPI. And as that is raising based on CPI, and the cap of the taxes is capped at 3% if you're homesteaded, that bandwidth of taxable property value is narrowing, and it will continue to narrow. And as property values go up, the bottom keeps getting higher, The top just only goes up slightly, so that's getting to be a smaller and smaller taxable amount. That's one of the issues. The second issue is there's considerations at the state level of including other exemptions, some up to 100% exemptions, and then also whether we even have property taxes at all. If we don't have property taxes, that becomes a whole different scenario where we're going to have to look at funding issues, which may end up being sales tax type issues. Insurance costs continue to skyrocket. All types of insurance costs, whether it's medical, whether it's our liability insurance, all of it continues to go. And we have very little control on that, especially when we see the catastrophic events that are happening around our country and in our state. The market fluctuations, as Mr. Cole pointed out, there is some volatility that we have to take into consideration. We're still, back and forth with the tariff issues, and the international domestic conflicts do impact our costs. Every time that we have somebody that we want to hire to do a project in the city, these things factor into what the costs are that we're going to have to pay. Housing market, the last I heard was there's somewhere on the order of a 250,000 new residents coming into Broward County. I don't know where they're all going to go, but the housing market is going to be in flux because of that. There's also been some speculation about retirees leaving South Florida. That has been repeated in the news a few times. They may actually be heading more toward the Central Florida area. So that's considerations that we have to look at that impact our housing market. As we know, we have a significant percentage of our population that is retired. The police and fire rescue contracts we've covered ad nauseum. The code compliance and building service contracts are pending. Federal and state grant, we talked about that. Those appropriations and those cuts are real to us. Those are real dollars. The service level reductions also. So we do rely on federal service and state service levels to assist us in some of our endeavors. As they make their cuts in those programs, we also have reduced service levels from them in support. We have our infrastructure on public safety facilities, where 4 of our fire stations are in gross need, as well as the police station. We have the PFAS, other environmental issues that the goalposts keep getting changed on, and those are, even the timelines are being changed on when compliance is necessary. Those are not inexpensive solutions. The Dixie Highway, local road options that we might be considering, and how we do development and sustain that area, but also being sure to preserve all of our history and our families that live in that area and not overdeveloping. And our overall traffic infrastructure change. We know it's been mentioned several times by Commissioner Shinetsky about 10th Street. Other areas that are changing. We have turnpike changes that are coming up as well. I-95 changes, 10th Street changes. There's a lot of the infrastructure that is looked at right now. So these are some of the major items, and just to keep those in mind and why it's important for us to remain conservative in my opinion, to remain conservative for our financial future. And that, Mr. Mayor, is the end of section 2 for commission comments.
So it's 9:17. I think a short break is in order. Let's go to 9:25. So an 8-minute break, and then we'll restart again.
Thank you. Good. I need to get a little bit off. Good. We don't. But it's a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, this is not. You don't use yours? No, they don't. That is Oleg's. You want to use his? 1 minute warning, 1 minute warning.
Delicious. Delicious.
I don't rub it in, don't rub it in.
Yeah.
Big ones. I am working with the team. Okay, we're ready to start part 3, 5-year capital improvement plan and Parks and Recreation plan and special event. Mr. City Manager? Yes, if everybody could get in their spaces, we're gonna start part 3 right now. So the down button is the. Should be. Heather, do you have the presentation up? So in part 3, which is where we are now. What happened? Okay. There you go. We're going to cover the 5-year capital improvement plan, focusing on fiscal year 26. We would be here for several hours if we tried to do all 5 years, but we're going to focus on 26. You have an addendum that includes the additional years if you would like to make reference to that, but we'll focus on what we have put in for fiscal year 26. And again, what you're looking at tonight is what we have the funds to pay for. So this again is not a wish list. This is what we have in the budget, and we budgeted for these programs. And Eric Power, Director of Planning Services and Interim Director for Environmental Services, is going to do the capital improvement plan. And then we'll cover the special events and other items for Parks and Rec.
Thank you. Good evening, Eric Power. So tonight, yes, we're discussing the capital improvement plan. The capital improvement plan is part of one of our comprehensive plan elements. The state of Florida requires that all municipalities and counties create a program that is at least 5 years in length to discuss all infrastructure improvements and to budget for them. So the requirements are that we provide the monetary amount and the funding source and determine immediate costs. Really, again, it's a budgeting exercise to determine how much funding is necessary for upcoming years. You're only looking at the FY26 amount. You're only able to approve the upcoming fiscal year, but the item is here to show you that we do have, several long-term items to discuss. We can talk about them in length, but the items we'll talk about are just the ones that we're proposing for the fiscal year coming up. I also want to point out that as we go through this tonight, on our city website is an interactive map, the Deerfield Beach Capital Improvement Project map. You can go to our website, you can type in capital projects, capital plan. You'll find an interactive map. That map will show you the location of where some of these items are. Some of them are, location specific. Some of them are citywide, along with the descriptions, the funding source and costs as well. So all that information is available on our website right now. I'm sorry, just to go back real quick. The other thing that you'll quickly notice about the item, especially for FY 26 is, and then we go through the next slides, is that this does include fleet. I'm not going to bring up exactly all the different vehicles that we're requesting for this year, but those numbers do include fleet as part of capital projects. So I'm going to read through these items, and if you'd like, I'll go through some that I think are worth discussing, some of which you'll see we repeat throughout the year, or each year. But the artificial reef, we are wanting to go back to create an artificial reef in our ocean. We wanted to do this before. We want to make this more of a tourist destination where we can provide additional tourism activities for those who are coming to Deerfield Beach. Beach restroom renovation. I'm sure most of you are aware of the need for that. Also, the Cheeky Hut replacement on the beach. So that is something that is timely. The Cheeky Hut needs to be replaced. We are working on city bridge rehabilitation. This particular one is related to Southeast 15th, which is in District 1. We've had multiple public meetings regarding this and the design phase. So now we're in the part of construction. Citywide fitness amenities at the very southern end of the beach. We have a fitness trail. Those have been removed because they are getting a little old and unsafe, and we're looking to replace all of those. We have an ongoing citywide median landscape and irrigation plan. A few years back, City Commission adopted a master plan for roadway median improvements for landscaping. So we're going through that year by year, improving pieces of that. We also have some items you'll see we have routinely as they need work. So we do have park lighting improvements, pavilion and shade structures, playgrounds throughout the city that are being proposed. We also have some citywide restrooms and street lighting and street resurfacing. These are items that will always be part of the capital plan for routine maintenance, not maintenance, I take it back, but routine improvements, so that if we do a portion of that every single year, we get through the entire city over a course of 5 or 6 years. Constitution Park Community Center was a larger discussion later last year, replacing the community center at Constitution Park. Deerfield Beach Town Center, that is the name that we're referring to for our downtown area. We've had multiple public meetings and walk meetings on Saturdays where we've engaged the public to talk to us about the downtown and City Hall area, Pioneer Park and things of that nature, and what we're looking to do. So this particular is planning exercises as well. We're not talking about particular development in this year's. This is more funding to help us determine what are those plans for the future. Dixie Highway Streetscape Improvement is part of a RRR project that DOT is looking to do to improve Dixie Highway, and they don't allow they don't put in additional improvements such as decorative lighting, decorative crosswalks, and things like that. They won't pay for those things, so the city has to put those dollars up front if we want to have the same standards you might see, like on, say, Hillsborough Boulevard. We're looking to propose similar design standards on Dixie Highway. We have various elevator replacement needs for this particular year. We're looking to replace a couple different elevators, whether they be at Fire Station 102 or some of our ball fields have elevators, or even City Hall. These need to be routinely placed over a period of time. FEC fence, you're familiar, we have decorative rail and column and landscaping fence along the portion of Hillsborough Boulevard to 10th Street. So we're looking to continue that project all the way south to Sample Road. The Joint Beach Renourishment is part of a settlement agreement. Renovation to Mayor Howard Park, those are in accordance with the 1045 project. Hitting the laser button. There we go. Is it skip? No. Ocean Rescue Modular Building is a request to rehouse the Ocean Rescue lifeguards while we work through the fire station improvements. Their area is a little bit older. and they need their own area for the lifeguards, bathrooms and showers for lifeguards, while we work on building a more permanent area, not just for them, but for the fire station, as part of the public safety master plan. We are just looking at some improvements to the old schoolhouse for weatherproofing, for roofing and windows. Large change still be to McKeithen to put in a synthetic turf field. You know, the field gets a lot of work. Putting the synthetic turf field will allow us to have more activities throughout the year and multi-sport activities throughout the year. Parking lot resurfacing is for City Hall and other city parks and facilities. The Pioneer Grove Corridor, this is the Southeast 2nd Avenue, Eller to 10th Street project. This is again an evaluation of trying to convert that corridor into a walkable, bikeable roadway that will be part of the downtown. The Well Cultural Arts District, this is the area that is directly across the street from the Center for Active Aging. This is a existing well field, east side water plant was referred to. We're looking to try to activate this area to bring more activities, whether they be cultural or playgrounds or things of that nature to that particular portion of the city. And then a virtual service is their own IT request this year to replace our virtual servers. That was the, now moving out to the general fund, moving on to utilities capital. Remember, this is not being paid from the general fund. This is just utilities. So we are looking at replacing our chemical lines for our water plant. Over time, the chemical lines erode due to the corrosive chemicals that are in them. The Transite water main replacement program. This is something that has to happen throughout time. Again, water distribution does tend to erode based on the type of materials that go through them. So they do need to be replaced over time. We have various well generators. We have to look at one of the issues that every city in Broward County has recently realized that we have to deal with is that Broward County has raised elevations for all critical infrastructure. So when we replace generators for our well fields, which are necessary, we also still now raise them to a height that is above the flood line. This is causing some additional problems, not just for us, but all municipalities, and additional costs. We talked about ion exchange system a couple years ago. A couple months ago. You'll see the update there in the bullet. We came to commission with a request to pivot from ion exchange to a nanofiltration process. City Commission did vote to do that. So we are moving forward with to nanofiltration away from ion exchange. The project name itself hasn't changed. The description's changed in your capital plan is what you'll see there tonight. And I think we've talked already before about the needs for PFAS and things of that nature. Moving on to stormwater. There are two projects related to stormwater that are actually related. So the second item there is the MLK/Southwest 3rd Avenue stormwater project. We had a public meeting last Monday to discuss potential improvements to 3rd Avenue as far as roadways and drainage. And then the first item, the College Park. College Park is the area that actually surrounds 3rd Avenue MLK. And so as we do drainage improvements along MLK, we have to do some additional drainage improvements to the interior roadways that touch MLK so that the flooding doesn't necessarily just go on to other streets. So we're looking at an inclusive improvement to the stormwater plan along the entire area and within the community.
Okay. So what you see is a very trimmed down capital improvement plan. Realizing that what Eric just went through, Mr. Power just went through, is also after we removed about $40 million worth of other capital projects that were either eliminated because we do not have the capacity, the operational capacity to do them, or we don't have the funding for them, or they're more appropriate to do in a later year. And those adjustments have been made. So this is the trimmed down version of that. And as we've mentioned before, if we were to get funding for future grant funding or some other federal funding, state funding for other projects, that will come before the commission. That will be decided on how that money is spent at that time. So those things are not included in the capital improvement plan that you see before you. they would come to you at that point and you would decide as a commission what you, if that's the plan that you want to go forward with. So.
So I wanted to talk about the general capital fund projects. And just tell my colleagues, now is your time or to think about, the projects on this list, because this is the direction I think that you're looking for, right? Is these projects
Absolutely.
that you're looking for. So if I were to do just a quick, and I'm going to do this on the fly with you real quick here. And I want my colleagues to my left to listen, because Artificial Reef, District 1, beach renovations, beach restroom renovations, District 1, Chicky Hut replacement, District 1, City Bridge rehabilitation, District 1, citywide fitness is citywide median, citywide parking, citywide pavilions, citywide playgrounds, citywide restrooms, citywide street resurfacing, Constitution Park, District 4, Deerfield Beach Town Center, District 1, Dixie Highway, District 2, elevator replacement, citywide FEC fence, District 2, Joint Beach Renourishment, District 1, Mayo Howard, District 2, Ocean Rescue, District 1, Old Schoolhouse, District 1, Oviedo McKeithen, District 2, surface parking lot, District 1, Pioneer Grove, District 1, The Well, District 1, virtual servers citywide. I heard a lot of District 1 and I heard a lot of District 2. I heard no District 3 specific projects and 1 District 4. So my colleagues to my left, you may want to consider that in future discussions and make that known. But I don't have any objections to the individual projects that are on there. They all need to be done. But I think there needs to be some balance to the entire city as we do these projects.
And we're more than happy to, whatever the recommendations are for districts 3 and 4, if there are other capital projects that are known to be included, we certainly can take that advice back and see what we can build back into it.
I do want to point out the details of the plan that is in the book. You'll see, so for example, like citywide playgrounds, like River Glen Park is on the list for FY26, but listed as citywide playgrounds because we probably have 10 different playgrounds that we have, scheduled for the next 5 years. But this is an example like Trailhead, River Glen, the Tedder Community Park on page 25. But like Tedder Community Park is on there for this upcoming year.
That's 25 of your,
No,
of
I'm
your
sorry, for the details.
Number, I got you. Hold on.
Yeah.
Could I jump in now?
Number 25 is The Well.
No, I'm sorry, you're more detailed.
Oh, in the back?
Yeah.
Mhm. So when you see citywide stuff, it's citywide and that's every single year, but in a particular year, it might be Constitution Park, it might be River Glen Park, it might be Exeter Park. So the individual areas that are being taken care of will vary from district to district on the citywide.
So just so I understand, so it says citywide, but if I were to go to the back of it, may be just a particular.
Correct. And that's because that's the project name, because it expands over multiple years.
Okay, all right, I need to go through it. I mean, the back is very. detailed.
Yeah, it's very, it's
That's why I was
very lengthy.
new, but if you
Okay.
look in the details, yeah.
Could I jump in now, District 3?
I may not be as totally accurate as I said based upon that. So I need to go through it in more detail. All right, thank you.
Could I jump in now, District 3? In District 3, and I have one of my constituents, he's on the Crystal Lake Board of Directors. District 3 on Northwest 18th Avenue, basically it's a definite need for a sidewalk. It's right off of Green Road in Northwest 18th Avenue. A lot of traffic on Green Road. The children that are being dropped off in the buses, there's no place to put them in the sidewalk. They're basically being put on grassy areas, on the road, and it's a danger and it's a hazard. And they've been, requesting for years to put some sort of sidewalk on Northwest 18th Avenue to protect the children that are dropped off on the bus, and nothing has been done. I'd like to see if that's something that we can provide. Again, it's for the safety of the children in that area.
No, we'll take note of that. We can look and see about incorporating that as well. And you're saying that it's school buses or it's a city bus, do you know?
It's school buses.
School buses dropping them off on the street?
Yeah, Green Road is very, very busy. And that area, Northwest 18th is busy and they're just being dropped off right on, the road. So there's no sidewalk for them to stand. And when it rains, I mean, they're right on with mud and the dirt. And this is the way the children are being dropped off or picked up or waiting for the buses with their moms.
This is 18th Ave?
Northwest 18th Avenue, yeah.
18th Ave is a local road, but Green is not. But we are programming sidewalks, as you discussed. Remember, this is for capital project improvements.
Right.
So not everything is a capital project. Not all installations, like things like sidewalk or capital project. We'll evaluate that part of it, but we have had that meeting and we are evaluating not just that, but also Military Trail.
And it may have to be 18th because Green Road's not on it, but 18th might be where we have to work on that.
Northwest 18th, because I know you're doing the capital project with the stormwater on Northwest 45th and Crystal Lake Drive. So I think this is very important also. Again, the parents have been complaining for years and we need to definitely step up and do something about it. So I'm requesting a budget item, money be set aside for this.
Anything else?
Yeah, I do have something else, also District 3, and we've discussed it as well, but I think it's very, very important. In fact, in coming here, I spoke to Meadows at Crystal Lake President Jim Giasolo. Very important. On Southwest 17th Circle, right off of Military Trail. It's a 55 and older community. All the residents there are elderly. If they don't have a car and they want to cross the street to go to whether the church, St. Mary's Church, or maybe a quarter mile up to go to that shopping area, they can't. They have nowhere to stand once they get out of Southwest 17th Circle. So they're requesting some sort of platform, something. Now, I know we had discussed it. You said, well, there's utilities underneath there, and we have to look it over. But basically what they're saying is they have nowhere to stand. These are elderly people that are trying to cross the street in Military to maybe go grocery shopping, and on both sides, there's nowhere for them to stand. So again, I'm requesting something to be done on this. Those are my two project requests, and I think they're very imperative to do.
All right, very good.
Thank you.
Anything else? We'll go into. This is capital projects. Right? I mean, the two, Commissioner Shinetsky, that you mentioned are probably not going to be capital projects, but that's okay. We've taken note of them.
I want to throw something else out. All right, Century Village, West Drive, that fire station 66. It's old, it's decrepit. Is there something we could do to update it or maybe make a new fire station? Because once they start the construction on Southwest 10, be a lot of traffic, a lot of construction, a lot of activity. I think it's really paramount to have an up-to-date fire station. And I was told that fire station is really the only fire station that could accompany a big, four garage station. It's the only one that you could really, I know the beach is important, believe me, but I think 66 on West Drive, right off the power line, especially with it's going to be an 8-year project. It's very important to have an up-to-date, modern fire station. And I think we should really budget for this. I think it's important.
It's likely that won't be budgeted for, only because you're probably talking about $25 to $30 million. But it is something that is part of the public safety master plan as well, and an evaluation of all of the fire stations. And you're correct that one would be able to accommodate 4 bays. And the initial information coming back from consultants on the public safety master plan indicate that at a minimum, probably an additional rescue might be required in future years out there because of the number of calls for service. So likely that whatever comes out of that would be a request for a 4-bay because you do need the fire truck, and you're probably going to need, at least in the next 10 years, 5 to 10 years, a second rescue coming out of it.
Which is, I think, Station 11. Now, I hear Station 11 is really decrepit. I think it's some sort of van or something. So that's also definite need. 66, the building, and Station 11. I don't even think they have a facility. I don't know what they're using, but I think it's pretty sad. So, we need to make sure we have the funding for these two fire
And
stations.
the funding for those kinds of things would come from what Davenport was talking about in terms of capacity. Because there's not, we don't have money in the budget to budget for ballpark, $100 million or whatever you might want to redo the public safety infrastructure.
Yeah, this is a different and bigger conversation, and I know you probably heard this from all five of us about the fire stations and the need to replace those. And I know you're working with the public safety director on the public safety plan to come up with that. So yes, I think it's important for all of us that we address those. It's time, not just for one station, but for all those stations. And we're gonna have to do this as a group. We need to do it right. And I encourage the fire department to meet with Mr. Gladio and everyone get on the same page as to what, the newest technology is and what these stations are going to need, equipment wise and facility wise and to be built out, because we don't want to build something that is antiquated the moment that it opens. So that's a much bigger conversation, but it's something that, after 8 years, it's time we do it. And I think you've heard us all loud and clear. on that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. And then some conversation about Parks and Recreation. These are some of the initiatives for fiscal year 26 that Parks and Recreation has on their plate with the funding. So playground renovations, this is where you'll see where they are. Specifically, you have River Glen, Trailhead Park, Tedder Park, and also Cornerstone Park. Those are the ones that they're focused in on this year. The construction of the basketball air pavilion at Oviedo McKeithen, that was originally on here as we included some of the other costs that we did not anticipate, because we did not anticipate excessive increases in some of our contracts. That has to be eliminated. That was a $1.5 million project that we do not have the funding. If we do get the funding back into the budget, then that will be added back in. Installation of the new fitness stations at Hillsborough, Villages of Hillsborough, and 19th Street Park as well. So you kind of see how, even though there is a 5-year capital improvement plan and these names of the projects are what they are, details for each year is more specific.
Do you have all of the money you need for Centennial Park in the 25 budget? Or do you need money in 26 for Centennial?
Eric says if you want to give him more, we have it in the 25 budget. Anyway, well, if you want to give more, pass around a basket here tonight.
The answer to that is no.
No, we're good for Centennial.
Okay, just checking. Thank you.
I know that each of you have seen this before, but wanted to present it again because this is an important aspect that Parks and Rec does for the entire community. And the total cost of our special events is right at around $1 million a year. These events that you see here before you are the major ones. When you think of the staff for Parks and Rec and the support staff through the municipal services branch, the municipal services, you have a lot of staff that commit themselves to more than 30 events per year. It's a lot of hard work, and they do a wonderful job of getting these events together. And we're very happy also with our partners with BSO on keeping us safe when we're doing these events. This chart kind of gives you some information that started a couple years ago. It was, I think, misnomered as a return on investment, but because it's really not a return on investment. It's more like, what is the cost for participants? How much does this actually, are we getting something out of it? So when you look at something, for example, say the Haunted Arboretum, that's the third one down, you see what our costs generally are, around $7,000. There is some revenue that's generated. The revenues go for the Future Parks Fund. And so you can see that the Haunted Arboretum is roughly about $23 per person is what it ends up costing the city. So each of these have those designated amounts. Some of the numbers that you see on here are a little bit different. So if you go these are in somewhat order, but they're based on the fiscal year. We go to Juneteenth, for example, which is almost near the bottom. Last year, there were roughly 475 attendees. This year, I'm happy to say there were just over 1,000, right? Yeah, right around 1,000. So doubled. The attendance actually doubled over 1 year, which I think is great. I think the more that's there, I think the attendance will continue to grow for that event. But this is just to kind of help guide the decision making. You know, we do operate from a finite dollar amount, and so what we put in one place, we either take from another, or we figure out how we're going to fund things or consolidate. The three things that you see in both the Surfers for Autism, the Peer Gala, the Firefighter Challenge, those are three new events that would be coming in for fiscal year 26. If those are not approved, or that's not something that the commission would want to do, those funds obviously could be allocated elsewhere.
I want to jump in there. I had requested maybe doing some fireworks in Western Deerfield Beach, and I brought up yesterday about possibly Crystal Lake. Is any money set aside for Western Deerfield Beach for fireworks? Is there anything set aside for that?
We would have to take it out of what we have here and reallocate it for fireworks in West Deerfield Beach.
Because I see a lot of those things. That's District 1, District 2.
Mhm.
I don't see them. I don't see anything District 3 or District 4. So this might be something to look at, something for District 3 and District 4, Western Deerfield Beach. And we had discussed again, Crystal Lake fireworks.
And I would also say, a lot of the events that we do aren't district specific. They are citywide events. They might happen to be in a particular district because that's where the space is available to host that type of event. You know, there aren't a lot of places we can do Dunn's Run, for example, those sort of things. Ocean Brews and Blues would be at the ocean. But things like Sip and Stroll that are out west, and other ones that, you know, the venue is really more determined by, the location, the district is more determined by what venues are available, more so than trying to just divide up the number of events per district, because all of our events are citywide events.
I want to bring up something else. Senior Olympics. Believe it or not, I'm 62, but when I turned 50, I did for a few years the Senior Olympics, and they had it in Delray Beach. You know, athletic events. It was excellent. Delray Beach hosted a Senior Olympic event. Now in Deerfield Beach, as you know, there are a lot of 55 and older residents. Is this something that maybe we could host a Senior Olympic in this city for our residents? That's something we could look at. I mean, it's very, very popular, but a lot of the senior events, athletic events, are in Central or Northern Florida. We really don't have that many in Southern Florida. I thought Deerfield Beach would be a great opportunity to host maybe a Senior Olympic. That's something we can look into, budget?
We can do anything that the commission wants to do. So really, this is the forum where the commission would discuss if they're interested in pursuing the Senior Olympics, or fireworks out west, or increasing or decreasing funds for any of these events.
Okay. I want to throw something else out. As you know, me and Mike were veterans. I was in the Air Force, and Mike, I think, was also in the Air Force as well. We're veterans, so I really care about veterans. One thing that, when I had spoken to one of the veteran support group, he said that, is there any way that you could put some sort of expenditure line in the budget, just some sort of money? And I want to tell you why that's important. Just recently, I was at the American Legion 289 installation, which is in Deerfield Beach. Gloria Batal was there. When the former representative was there as well. The air conditioner had died, so it was a small room, but with no air conditioning in the installation ceremony. So if we have something in the budget for veteran expenditure, even if it's $1,000 or $2,000, it comes in handy. I know also that American Legion, they were saying that they're running out of flags to put on, graves of veterans in Deerfield Beach. And they needed money for that. Now, I know I went through Jonathan and we tried to get the grant, but they applied too late. But if we have an expenditure specifically for veterans in our budget, it doesn't have to be a lot of money. This way, if they outreach to us to need something, whether it's an air condition breaking or freezer breaking or something, we could give them the money. Is that something we could look at as well? To have an expenditure for veterans in our budget? I think they deserve that.
Wouldn't fall under the Parks and Rec special events. But if that's something that the commission is seeking to put into the budget to fund a particular types of groups, that's a different conversation that the commission's gonna have to give direction on if we're gonna be funding, veterans groups or churches or some other thing other than what we already do through Jonathan Salas's shop.
That was gonna be my point, is we have a list of entities that request funds that we set aside. So I think it's a great idea, Daniel, but they would have to go ahead and request funds from the city. And then we could definitely put them on the list to possibly approve those funds. I don't think that's a bad idea, but that I would agree with.
And we do have that process in place already.
And I think maybe we could reach out to them and educate both regions on the process. So if that's something that they want to look into, I think that's a great idea.
Well, I sort of counter that because when they needed money for the American Legion 289 for the air conditioned braking, outreach to you and you gave me Jonathan, which is great, but he brought out, here are the grants. This is how you apply for a grant. It wasn't money in the city's budget that, hey, we could help you get a new air conditioning. So it was a for specific grant, and they missed the deadline. So that they're looking at it for next year, and the forms will be sent out for next year. But I'm saying if we have something in our budget specifically for veterans, they need more flags, something that it's just a nice item, to honor our veterans. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I'll add, Mr. City Manager, add some levity to this. The city's not a bank. We're not a bank for the rest of the world to come and finance through. We have a budget that we have to stick through like everybody else. I would, if there's a program or something for veterans that we want to specifically fund, I would appreciate my colleague making that recommendation, which I think he's doing tonight. But we also have to keep in mind, when you add something to the budget, you have to take something out. So if you're going to make a recommendation to add something, also make a recommendation what you're cutting to make room for that. So I just want to make sure that we play the balance game as we're doing this. With respect to the chart before us, that's a lot to take in tonight. It's the same events over and over. I would recommend that me and my colleagues go and marinate on this and meet with you individually.
Absolutely.
If you need, more group input, then you can put it on the August agenda, and we can discuss it in the public if you want. Or if it gets too overwhelming, then we can have a separate, special workshop that we can set up just for this. But I don't think we're going to go through this.
Not line by line, but I think that
Right.
the point is also to provide to the public what the city does spend and where the city has been spending the money and what that looks like across the board, so that with regard to public input, we want to make sure that we're getting the public input on that side as well. And then in the individual meetings, certainly we can share that back and forth, but this gives that opportunity as well.
Right, but if you're looking for some finite feedback tonight, I don't think you're going to get it, but you certainly have given us food for thought, and the public as well, as to what the schedule of events are.
I think that this is also the forum that we can have these discussions. The idea of presenting something, taking something out. I don't know that that's the appropriate thing to do here. Each commissioner, as Commissioner Shinesky is doing, is talking about some of the things that he'd like to see added to our programming. And if we can't do it, is something that we all may at some point will have to vote on. But all of these things that are on this list are things that came up at some point.
Mhm.
And so therefore, we talk about a budget. Yes, we're supposed to adhere to a budget, but these are things that make the city of Deerfield Beach like it is. Ocean Way Holiday, you know, the gala, MLK. These are things that, you know, unify your city. And if there is something that unifies our city, something that's going to be, you know, that makes us better, we need to look at those things and we need to debate it right here. Women's History Brunch. If somebody was advocating to increase that budget, then we need to look at that.
Mhm.
Obviously, these things come down to a vote, but I'm not a proponent of not discussing it. I want the public to know that we need to look at these kinds of things. And for instance, like we had a pre-prom in the city of Deerfield Beach at one point. There was a pre-prom. This is something that was here, and I was here for years and years and years. And some of us that are in politics, you know, may not have known this, but that was something that was pretty big to the public. They liked it. It was taken away. I couldn't find out why it was taken away, but it was taken away. It means I'm asking for that to be re-implemented with a budget. And what that it would be a nominal fee. It's nothing because I guarantee a lot of people in here don't know what pre-prom really is. Okay, it's a bunch of kids that they come in the old Tigner Center. They would come out and they parade their gowns and tuxedos for prom. And it was a positive for the community. But for whatever the reason was, it was taken away. Why was it taken away? Why did it go away? These things need to be discussed because these are the things that can bring your community together or it can significantly divide it. Do we want to divide a community or do we want to unite community? How do we settle that? Through debate. Another thing, you know, we talk about football. Hey, I love football. And you know how my feelings have been for the Packer Rattlers and how I've advocated for that. I was the commissioner that asked the rest of my colleagues to embrace the idea of the Packer Rattlers returning. That's a great thing. I love the Packer Rattlers. But you know what? Every kid is not going to play football. Okay, that's just the way that it is. I believe that we need to have a budget for cultural art as a part of Parks and Rec. Cultural arts, kids that maybe sing, maybe play a guitar or something. Everybody is not going to do it through sports. And so that is something that we need to look at. This year, Juneteenth had the potential of becoming a signature event in the city of Deerfield Beach. We need to look at that. I would like to see the budget for that, even what I'm looking at right now, increase because the fact of the matter is that there was money had to be taken from other places to put on the event that we had. Let's make it a signature event. This commission embraced the idea of of implementing it. We went from what 475 to over 1,000. What does that tell you? There's an outcry from the community to say we like this. So how do we do it? We don't take money away from it. We put money into it to even make it bigger. Because when we do that, the city makes money. Okay, there's opportunities for the city to make money through Juneteenth and MLK, which the budgets for both those events need to be significantly increased so that we make it what it is. Now, everybody here knows that Pompano Beach makes MLK their big thing. Okay, and they invest and they get to turn out. So this is the forum when you look at it, when we look at, sip and stroll and these kinds of things, there's a significant participation from the public because they like these kinds of things. We need to have a city that, listen, you don't give away the bank. I'm with you, Mayor, on that. You don't give away the bank, but at the same time, you do things to bring your community together so that, in fact, that, they have something to do. Deerfield Beach has kind of a stigma in that we are for more of an older type community. but there's a lot of young people that live in Deerfield Beach, a lot of young people. And we need to look at these things, whether we're doing Pioneer Day, Duns Runs, whatever it is, whatever we can do to attract people, we need to do that. And I think that if we were to increase the budget here for the Juneteenth, MLK and some of these other things, then we can actually put on the kind of event that we want to, that like puts us above. And these are things that we need to consider. And I hope that we can do that. And I hope my colleagues will embrace this and help make this come to fruition.
I want to tie on to what Commissioner Preston said when he said about the arts. I had a meeting, I guess, what was it, with Rodney about 2 months ago, a month ago within FAU to bring their student performers. They have music clubs, they have instrument clubs to actually come to Deerfield Beach to perform. I know several years ago, and Broward College is coming in August 1st to meet with Rodney and myself. Several years ago, we had a jazz festival with Broward College Jazz Club, where they actually went to several of the parks in Deerfield Beach in my area, and it was very, very successful, and also went to Beacon Park. So is there something in the budget for the FAU students who will be performing, hopefully, and also the Broward College students that will be performing? Is there something in the budget that will be set aside for them? And maybe they can do different, various parks in Deerfield Beach. That's my question.
Mhm.
That's my question.
Well, I mean, there's nothing in the budget. You're asking if we include it in the budget. That's a different thing, right?
All right, but that's, could maybe include that in budget. And one more thing, and I brought this up a little while ago. Marketing, Deerfield Beach, it's a city for tourists as well as a community, and we're in great competition with our sister cities. I know, like Delray Beach, they got the title of All-American City. Fort Lauderdale had that title, and I discussed that with you. Is there any way that we could set aside some money to possibly put in for that competition of All-American City or maybe Best Neighborhood? This way we give Deerfield Beach more publicity and hopefully bring even more tourists in. Is that something that we can look at?
That would be in a different section of the budget, but yes.
I think, the mayor kind of hit it on the head. I don't know that we should have this huge discussion about special events and about all these other ancillary things tonight. And I think we need to kind of chew on this and maybe talk with him individually, and then maybe have an agenda item at a future commission meeting. Kind of look, I mean, a lot of these events, first of all, there's not a lot of cities that do all of these events. In fact, I would say that most cities don't do all of these events. We have staff, that is working overtime in order to cover them. Police officers that are working overtime to cover all of these things. So, just focusing on the special events. We talked a little bit about Juneteenth and how last year we were concerned about it because the return on investment was so low. And then this year it doubles, which I think is absolutely fantastic. In fact, one of the things I love about that event is the different family tents. To me, that's the community day. I would have no issues with combining those two, taking the 15 grand that we have for community day and sticking it in Juneteenth to make it a bigger event. But I'm not ready to propose that today. I think those are some of the things that we have to look at as a commission and say, okay, we've got $1 million, whatever that adds up to. What events do you like? What events should we take off? You want to add fireworks to the rest? Great idea. What are we going to pull off so that we can stay under budget? I think those are the kind of discussions that we have to have over the next couple of days so that we can come to a consensus on, okay, what things are we going to do and what things can we live without? I look at the Junior Anglers Days. I know that was big for our previous mayor. I don't know if that's something that our current mayor wants or this current commissioner wants. But like I said, those are some of the exercises I think we all need to go through
take a look at these events and say, hey, what do I really like? And, what can be combined so we could add money? What things are not really Deerfield Beach that maybe, we can do without? So that's what I think we should do in the next couple of days as opposed to tonight.
Yeah, these are tough, it's tough choices because, like what Vice Mayor had said also is a lot of this is associated with Deerfield identity. So you're trying to figure out a way to balance the identity of Deerfield historically, what we've done, and also trying to make it a complete outreach to the entire city. All of that trying to balance into it is a little bit of a challenge. By working individually with each of you and knowing from today what the particular things of the ads that you're looking for, to help us discussing it individually and saying, okay, this line is something that we can all agree on or not, and then coming back, where you guys can have another public discussion of what you approve in the budget.
You got to keep in mind too that this is a different format. This is the time in previous budgets. This is where commissioners would look at something for their particular district and sometimes something for the city. And this is where you presented it. Now we're doing a different format. And we have two new commissioners that don't know the format. They were not a part of the old format, and we're a part of this. When would they know when they could begin to propose something? I think that it's not necessarily that we have to vote on anything tonight or whatever, or tear this down or go through each individual special day event. But certainly, I think dialogue is needed in this. They don't understand. They're brand new at this. And so this is where we would do it. This is where we used to do it. We're veterans at this. They're not. So I'm all for dialogue in the public. Let's do it. And let's give them a chance to kind of get acclimated to what we're doing. We can have our one-on-ones and we can have our debates at the commission meeting. It's no harm for anybody just to throw out how they feel about anything in this and whatsoever. Nobody's gonna, say, hey, that's what I gotta have. He's just throwing out some ideas. I think that's a good idea. I think it's good that happened.
I'm next, right?
All right.
I just have a quick idea on this, okay? If you look at all the events that we have and you add them up, it's over 30. We're averaging 3 a month, okay? And there's a way to have all these events and have more and make it work because, and it doesn't affect the money. It doesn't affect the budget since we're talking about the budget. And here's my idea, and I'm not saying to slice and dice this right now at all, but if you look at the different names and look at the different things here, there are some events that are not particularly annual events. Independence Day is an annual event. 15th is an annual event. Community Day, that's every other year or every 18 months or something like that. Okay. But there would be more room for some of these things if maybe some of the events weren't every single year. Maybe a biannual for some things. Okay. That way you could have the same money, include more events, just spread it out a little more, just like spreading out a budget. And we're talking about the budget. So, that's my idea. And also, I don't think it's I think we need to move forward with looking at our fiscal thing because that's what tonight's about. Okay. I think that you should formulate your own ideas based on what your ideas are and maybe my suggestion here and hash it out of the sunshine, with Rodney and with yourself. And then maybe it's an agenda item or whatever. But I think that would be a logical way to add things without it costing more. Think about that. That's all I gotta say.
I wanted to pivot a little bit, just pivot to something. I don't know if this is under the capital projects. We had spoke about it yesterday and I had spoken to Rodney. He said he was shooting to make electronic the permit process. Now it's all papers. his goal by the end of the year to make it electronic. And it would be a lot better streamlined. Is there any money put aside for that to happen? What's the progress on that? To make electronic the permit process?
That's already in the current budget.
Okay, so that is,
That's in the
Excellent.
current year budget.
all right, how much is it? What's being
Oh,
put
I
aside?
don't know. Approximately 50,000.
Is that enough for that project?
Yes.
To do that?
I'm not trying to squash any discussion on these events. Just because we did it this way before, I thought it would be better if we marinate, talk to the city manager, and then have a public meeting on it. I mean, we're 3 hours and 22 minutes into this meeting, so this is kind of buried in the middle. Most people have either tuned out or are not paying attention. So if we had a special specific agenda item that the public knew about and it was noticed, then we would get more attention to it. So I was trying to get more attention to this item, not less. We're 3 hours in, and to go line by line, we're going to lose the attention of a lot of the people that we're trying to talk to. So if we talk to the city manager and then he can get our various concerns in a spreadsheet, and maybe there won't be any concerns. I don't know. I mean, not until we talk to him. And then just do a specific agenda item on a future commission meeting that's publicly set. And then I think we can have a better discussion. That's what I was trying to do. Vice.
Mayor, I just,
If anyone had any
right,
specific comments tonight, go for it.
yeah, I don't want to go line by line, but I was just saying that some latitude ought to be given in this environment to allow, especially two new commissioners to become somewhat comfortable. That was my point.
And based on the conversations, individual conversations, I'm sure there's going to be quite a bit of consensus already. So when it comes back to you for review, there'll be the vast majority of it that will be consensus, and then the discussion can happen over those things that there is not. The only other thing on the special events is that we do have to use overtime, so I did include a slide based on that. And just for a point of note, when we do a 1 mile parade, just to understand that the public safety cost on that is just about almost $11,400 on that. So just as a point of reference. Okay. That's the end of part 3. And so if we're moving into part 4, part 4 really is any additional questions, comments from the commission, and then also public input.
Okay, I'll just call on the commissioners by district and then go to the public comment and then wrap it up with any last minute commissioner comments for the city manager. So we'll start just like we do at commission meetings. District 1. Testing. No, we're good. All good. No, I think we had a great discussion. I do like the high level breakdown. I think it's a much better process. I think, the whole idea about this is educating all of us, not just the dais, but also the residents, on the budget, not necessarily speaking to each commissioner or each department head and trying to see if they can get an extra person or not. That's really, up to the city manager, since all staff reports into him and her. We just set the budget, and how he divvies it up is up to him. So I enjoyed the format. I've made my comments during each of the presentations, so I have nothing additional to say. Thank you, Commissioner. District 3, Commissioner Shinesky.
I brought up 2 capital projects that are, I believe, and my constituents believes are very important in their community. The Crystal Lake Northwest 18th Avenue sidewalk and the Meadows at Crystal Lake Southwest 16th, 17th Circle platform. I like to know, I don't want these to get lost. I want to monitor it, whether it's like, Danny, we can't do it, there's no money, it's not going to get done, or yes, Danny, let's look at this in January, we're doing this, this, and this. I want to know what the concrete steps are for those 2 capital projects so that I can keep my constituents informed. In fact, right here, the for Crystal Lake, the board of director, one of the presidents on the board of directors is here. I want to be able to make sure I can monitor it. So what procedure would I go through to monitor those two capital projects that I just brought to you? Am I saying it right?
They both are being looked at by staff right now, so if you want to touch base on a weekly basis or however frequently, and certainly once we have a development in them, either myself or a staff member will reach out to give you an update on that.
Thank you. Anything else, Commissioner? No, I think it was an excellent meeting. I think was a really good format. I enjoyed the give and take. Thank you so much for letting me ask questions, but I thought they were important, and thank you for addressing them.
Thank you. District 4, Commissioner Plow?
Thank you. I would like to congratulate our city manager, our new city manager, since he's city manager as long as the two commissioners here have been around. Okay, so I particularly like your lean management approach, and how you not only went through that procedure but sent everybody back the second time to lean it out just a little bit more. And I think that this was extremely valuable for the public, in that they got a good sense that things are very healthy financially for our city, which gives you a peace of mind that we're in the right place at the right time. And also, I did not get that impression under the old system of budgeting, where every department came by one by one by one, and everyone had a different personality, and everyone had to trumpet what they did last year and what they're going to do next year, and therefore we're going to do it better. We're going to need more money and more staff and everything else, and the hours kind of churned on, and I think we had to do it over 2 nights to get all the departments through and everything, and it was tedious. It made me feel that I wouldn't be able to grasp the budget when and if I was elected. This is a much simpler approach. I like the booklet that I got. I like the fact that I got the information a few weeks ago, not like one time where it was given basically either the night before or the day of the presentation. And I know a certain person who objected to that, and rightfully so. And so I'm very, and he might be mayor now, but this was much more organized, more understandable, and I got a nice copy of this to go over and to think about it, for what we got to do to vote it in. To say.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor, District 2?
Thank you, Mayor. Certainly, this was a different format for us all. And I think that overall, this was very, very productive. It allows this is a different concept, and it's more high level, but it also talks about what's happening in our city financial. And I appreciate it. Certainly it was beneficial to me, and it has, it's a good exercise actually in how your city operates, what it takes for it to operate efficiently. So there's a lot of positive here. There are a lot of things that I'm sure I will think about tomorrow as opposed to right now. This is good. And I just think this is a good forum too, so that we can talk about different things, that we can have a little debate, so that whatever comes out of it is something that can be productive for our city. This is a good thing. So I really appreciate it. As far as anything else additionally, as it relates to the program tonight. I don't have anything to add. I'm sure I will later on.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I like the format. I do. Like Commissioner Plout, the old format, there was really no. Another department had another script. And I'm not saying that's bad. It's just the way that it was. I like the format, how you organized it into 4 distinct sections. And each had its own agenda to it and had its own purpose and objective. So I think that was extremely helpful for not only us, but for the public to compartmentalize and to grasp the agenda that's being presented to us. I'm going to tell the public again, please don't wait till September to make your comments to us as to what, in addition to tonight, don't wait to the last minute. I mean, this is a fluid discussion that we've been having for months, and we're going to continue to have months for the upcoming months. So I want to make sure that we continue to have that dialogue. But I do like the format, and I congratulate you for putting it together in this way. And I found it to be extremely helpful as well. Thank you. We go to now. Where is the public going to make their comments? From the podium? Well, I'd like to. Can we do like maybe the first chair here or the podium? Maybe the chair would be less intimidating. Madam Clerk, did anybody sign up first before we start? Okay, otherwise we'll start with whoever's here tonight, and then we'll go to online. So, Mr. Freitag, you're up. Roger.
You're good. Roger Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. Mentioned new revenue streams. It's my understanding that most residents, when they're parking at the Kim Cottrell Pavilion, are paying roughly $4 an hour. From Deerfield Beach, when they park and take up the equivalent of 3 parking spots in the Cottrell, they're paying $1 an hour. I mean, you obviously have some money. I mean, it stands for bust out another 1,000. So I really don't understand conversations with Mr. Warner about this, and this is the time to speak about it since we are talking about budgets, is why are we charging such a small people to park their boats and leave them for $4 or $5, and they come back and take their boat and such a minuscule conversation during our cloud. Don't park, people get to park their vehicles there too, and they don't pay a single penny. That's a revenue stream. After watching the presentation for Parks and Rec, why is it that the city always has to lose money on every single event? When my wife was on the cultural committee, I used to argue with her, and I'm like, why are we giving everything away? And I think that was a wonderful representation there of how much money we actually do give away and how few events actually earn any money. Secondly, any new construction in the city of Deerfield Beach should consider solar panels. To have a why don't we get solar panels on buildings that have flat roofs? Most of the flat roof buildings that are commercial have parapet walls, so therefore the solar panels will protect it from wind. Oh yes, and compliance. I'm in the construction industry. Why is the city not charging contractors, tradespeople, an inspection? Should have to pay again. Why is the city giving away? I had this conversation with Mr. Power before, that when construction work and the inspector has to come back, there should be a nominal charge, whether it's $85 or $185. It really doesn't matter to me. Somebody needs to pay. Don't be giving things away for free. And I already charge. Oh, Broward County Schools does Pompano, Deerfield, Civic Communities, County, same 6.465 millage rate? Is that common throughout every city? That's a question. I don't know the answer to that, but maybe that's something we can find out, and maybe it can be challenged. My last and final item is with regards to the Broward property tax appraisal. That's a fraudulent company. I know friends of mine paid a lot more money for their home than unbeknownst to a lot of Americans and maybe a lot of Floridians during the last economic downturn. And actually go and challenge your Save Your Home assessed value. I paid less for my home. And I pay $1,000 more taxes. So, there's obviously a problem. Just speaking to Mr. Kyer when he comes into town and I get a chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freitag. It was my fault at the beginning for not announcing that we're going to follow the rules like at the commission meeting for 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, that was probably closer to 4. So we'll allow 4 minutes. Nope, I didn't announce it at the beginning. It's my bad. So 4 minutes for anyone that would like to discuss this evening. Thank you. I thought he was talking to me. He was. Mr. Murray, 4 minutes.
I'll only need 2. My name is Greg Murray. I am one of the,
And name and address for the record. Too.
okay, Greg Murray.
I'm just forgetting all the rules tonight.
My address is 4890 Northwest 18th Avenue, no, 13th Avenue. 18th Avenue should be my real home. But in any case, I live at 13th Avenue, but I spend most of my time at 18th Avenue because I'm the president of our board of directors at a recreation facility. At that facility, it's the place that everybody in our community, 429 homes, do their recreations. Part of that is where the buses let off the children and pick up the children for school. That is the place where every child visits every day in the school year. And getting there to the bus stop and getting back home from the bus stop is a arduous task because it is a very busy street on 18th Avenue. A lot of people cut through from Green to get to Campbell, 18th Avenue, Crystal Lake Drive. So that way they can cut off some travel time to do traffic. So next for being here tonight was one. I am advocating for a sidewalk on 18th Avenue for our children. We can invest in all types of things for the city, but we don't invest for our children as we the future. So we need to give information to the people who make the decisions on spending for the sidewalk for 18. Thank you. By the way, awesome meetings. This is the first one that I've come to. All of past meetings, I can really see a difference just off of what I'm hearing. It was a beautiful meeting. I enjoyed it, and it was really an uplift to hear the Davenport report. That was a real uplift, a piece of information for me that I'm back to my community. Happy to hear good words too about the city of Deerfield Beach. You guys are doing an awesome job, and I know as a board member what kind of pressure you rely on, and I do appreciate what you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Appreciate you coming out this evening. Mr. Cummings, name and address, please. 4 minutes.
Hi, Joe Cummings, 267 Brookridge P. And I paid a lot of attention to the last slide that was put up there. I did not know that there was that many programs that were offered by the city. But I was actually more shocked by the price that the city pays for those, which are basically subsidies. I live in the western part of Deerfield Beach, and I have never been to one of those events, probably because of the lack of parking and crowds and whatever. But the things that we go to in the western part doesn't cost the city any money at all. We have the medieval event. that happens in February. That runs for a whole month. And doesn't cost the city a dime, but a lot of people come here just for that. I've heard people say that Deerfield Beach does not have an identity. We have an identity that very few people here know about. Deerfield Beach is the mountain bike capital of South Florida. If you Google Quiet Waters Park mountain biking, you'll find out that there is an extensive mountain biking trails that go throughout there and didn't cost any taxpayer any money. It's all done by volunteers. Construction guys come in with backhoes and they make all these things, and it makes a lot of money. Just if you look at the intersection of Hillsborough and Powerline, there's 4 bike shops within a quarter mile of that intersection because of the amount of biking that goes on there. And I think that's something that we can embrace, and it wouldn't cost us anything to look into that and promote that. There's races every month in Quiet Waters. Every Wednesday night, there's a night ride all throughout there. And and closer to Halloween, they put, scary things out there and alligators jump out at you and, all that kind of stuff. But it's fun. And it's something that that we should promote. And biking is a big business. I know, gentlemen and Commissioner for the third district also mentioned about sidewalks along Green and so forth. That could be a way to tie in some parks if we had bike lane and pedestrian access along Green. And we have a lot of the old golf course that's in Crystal Lake. It's just basically sitting there doing nothing. That could be another area where we can put in bike paths. And again, it wouldn't cost us anything. There is access to that. There's, it's between 2 houses. There's a gate that stops, vehicles from going back in there. But that's a good way to have activities for, that entire area while bolstering our reputation as the mountain bike capital. So I just wanted to say that the best things in life are free, and we save a lot of money by getting rid of a lot of those things and getting sponsors. So sponsors pay for everything if you wanted to. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Is there anyone else here inside HTC tonight that would like to speak about the budget workshop? I have my back, so is there some? Okay. Mr. Strada, name and address, please, and 4 minutes.
Hey there, Michael Estrada, 1431 Southwest 6th Way. First off, thanks very much for the overall workshop and the presentation. It was very insightful and just a pretty good process. One thing I would ask, I did see some of you all flipping through the presentation in front of you. Not only for this meeting, but literally every that we have, the people should have access to those notes beforehand. I'm not going to get into the specifics of ADA, but you have to remember there's a lot of people in the city who don't necessarily process information the same. So having that same material available would go a long way. I know it's not always possible, but the fact that some people here have printed out slides, I think that could go a long way just to include a PDF for others. I had a question around the stormwater capital dropping. I saw that it went from 17.3 to 6.6 million. So just wondering kind of what do we anticipate that affecting as far as being able to manage kind of those issues. I saw there was about 400K, I believe that was in there for some streetlight updates. And just knowing that's been a big hot button issue, dealing with just lighting throughout the city in general, just wanting to make sure, is that enough to take care of what we need to take care of? I don't know if that includes like security issues to make sure that we're switching to a model that can't just be, cut open, copper stolen. So about that. I want to echo the sentiments around revenue generating events. I think one thing when that slide was up, not every single event had vendors, not every event had sponsors, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for those to be brought in. For example, the Sip and Stroll, the Arboretum's huge. I could just envision having, a bunch of different vendors set up throughout the space selling, various wares and things like that. So really would love the city to kind of think about how we can maybe have more of those sponsorships, more of those vendor opportunities. definitely echo what Mr. Preston said about adding different kinds of events for different age groups in the city. I definitely think, investing in the arts and STEAM events for children in particular would go a long way. And also for the high school age students, I know I just saw the Deerfield Beach High received a pretty outstanding rating. And I think just having more opportunities that are specifically tailored to school age folks, both elementary, middle school, and high school, would go a long way. One thing I would be interested in the city looking at is finding a way to find money for a dedicated staff person to focus on sort of the public-private partnerships, seeking grant funding, special recognitions, et cetera. All of those things take time. I've written a bajillion grants. It takes a lot of time. It takes staff, but there is money on the table. Deerfield Beach has the opportunity to, be one of the best, most recognized beaches in the country. We have amazing parks. We have amazing bike trails. I know that we have a senior citizen baseball team that deserves recognition, et cetera, et cetera. So I do think that the city might want to look into formalizing kind of what that looks like and making sure we have someone out there that can dedicate the time that's needed to find that free money to come in. And around those, I know there's been sort of back and forth around Mayo Howard being the point for the skate park. And some folks talked about potentially putting it out in the west. One thing I would like the city, or I'd be interested to know if you all have been in contact with Jamie Foy, or do you all know Jamie Foy? Skateboarder. Okay, great. Yeah, literally just named Skateboarder of the Year by Thrasher Magazine, from Deerfield Beach. Always talking about Deerfield Beach. There's no reason he's someone that's sponsored by Death Wish Skateboards, Thunder Trucks, Spitfire Wheels, Red Bull, Dickies, Bronson, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I guarantee you some of those companies that are working with the recognized #1 skateboarder in the world would love to invest in a skateboard in his hometown. Now, again, it takes staff time to go and develop those relationships. It takes staff time and effort to move those things forward. But particularly around a skate park, I think that, that's like having Michael Jordan being from Deerfield and we're not having him kicking money for a basketball park. So really something for us to look at. And then the last thing, we'll just think through how we can raise more in the sales tax revenue and not so much raising the price.
4 minutes, Mr. Piscata. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here this evening that would like to speak? Help me out, Mr. City Attorney. I have my back to the audience. Okay, thank you. Then we will shift to Mr. Hunt is not speaking. We'll shift to online. The hands that I see first is Madam Clerk Gwendolyn Clark Reed, former state representative. Go ahead, please.
Gwendolyn Clark Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way. I too am very concerned that I could not get a copy of the budget printed. There has to be some way for this budget for this city of Deerfield Beach to be available to the public in a printed form. I'm saying this again, it has happened before, and the information is given to us at this meeting, but then we don't have the actual hands-on to review it in our own time, so that when we come to the public meeting at City Hall, we are able to speak about it. We know it's the budget. Yes, it is a big, voluminous, lots of pages, but to those of us who are interested in this budget, which is using our tax dollars, we would like to have a copy of it. So I'm hoping that somehow before the public meetings that I can get a copy of this budget. Also, we talk about cultural activities and needing to have more cultural events and different things. Broward County has a cultural arts grant, and I don't know how much the city is using that grant, but the grant is available. So for those of you who are talking about cultural activities and different cultural things, we need to get staff to go into the Broward County system and look at those cultural grants. Also, I heard All-American Cities mentioned tonight. Deerfield was a part of the All-American Cities program through the National League of Cities. I don't know if it's still existing, but there is an opportunity for us to look into that and to use that program. I'm just very concerned about not being able to have documents that we can hold on to and we can refer to when we are making our comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, former state representative. Will this presentation be online, Mr. City Manager?
I don't know if is it, Heather?
Is it?
Compliant and add it to remediate it.
So we need to remediate it and then we could do that. That's fine. And we do have the $500,000 award from the Broward County Cultural Grant that we did receive. So I'm for Gwendolyn Clark Reed's Representative Reed. So but we can do that. We'll remediate and post it. Okay.
That way the public can see what we had tonight. Next, Madam Clerk, I see Katie Freitag. You could unmute her, please. Name and address in 4 minutes, please, Mrs. Freitag.
Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. My biggest complaint is again tonight is yes, I'm along with everybody else. It would be nice if we were able to have any kind of documentation. The fact that we have to wait until the very end after everybody else has spoken on every single other topic for us to have 3 minutes to talk about what could potentially be 600-page document and ask questions. And you're saying, bring your questions to us. Well, we don't have any documentation to even bring up the questions. The other part about it, the location where you guys are doing this meeting is atrocious. Can we not move it to John L. Tigner or somewhere else? Every person that has got up and spoken at the site itself today, the volume is a mess. It is constantly cutting out, no matter whether they're talking away from the microphone or whatever the case may be. You can only hear every other word that anybody is saying. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be addressed in our budget that we can really get deep down and dive into, but without any of the documentation to even review, we have no idea what you guys are doing. We have zero visibility. So I would like to see us do this again, actually have the documents in front of us so we can follow along and understand where the dollars are coming from, and more importantly, where the dollars are going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Freitag. Next, I see Dan Hers. Can we do Dan Hers next, Madam Clerk? Unmute him, please.
Hi, I hope you can hear me. I have my bell tone turned up all the way, but I don't know. So I'll assume you can hear me. Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I missed the first 40 minutes, and so I hope that if the city manager touched on these couple of things, I apologize ahead of time. We just got the CAFR 2 days ago, and it's really helpful because we're getting information that is audited and only 9 months old, which is the most recent information audited that the taxpayers ever get a chance to look at. And it was just interesting that and by the way, this is on page 104 of the audited financials, just so you know where I'm reading from. But it was just interesting that the revenues that the city received for the last fiscal year were $10 million more than the budgeted amount. And on the expenditure side, we spent $3 million less than what was budgeted. So I have a question is, where is that $13 million at present? And did that factor in at all to this this coming budget for 26? Also, we were recently assured by Mario that the 1045 project will close in the coming fiscal year. So where is that $6.5 million shown in the 2026 budget? Also, the city attorney just last night dropped a nice little nugget that we are going to get $8 million in fiscal 27. How does that factor into the longer term budget plan? And then also regarding ARPA funds and the $23 million that the city received, is any of that money still remaining? Next thing is, I was curious how we were going to get to the creative spending aspect of this budget. And I see now that it's going to be under the unassigned fund balance. Correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't the unassigned fund balance been at 10% since the beginning of time? And I didn't hear that from Mr. Cole that the city is not going to be allowed to borrow any money. Did he say that we're not bankable anymore? Because if he did, I must have missed that. And don't we have a great credit rating at present? And isn't that great credit rating based on our $30 million in unassigned fund balance and our $5 million hurricane fund balance? Just curious. Few more things. It is a shame that we were not allowed to hear from the department heads. It's the only time of the year that happens. And also, the budget of only $50,000 for the Juneteenth, based on this year's success of that event, is an absolute joke. It's really fair to spend 6 times more on Pioneer Days to the tune of $310,000 and then only put $50,000 into Juneteenth after their success. Doesn't make sense. And
one more hand up there. Okay, Mr. Adams. Name and address for the record, please, in 4 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners, City Manager. I was there earlier, but I had to leave, and I'm sitting here looking at the Parks and Recreation budget for special events, and I have been asking for, and a lot of the constituents here in District 2 has been asking for music soirees in the park, and I don't see any of that in the special events area here. So I know I got up and I spoke at the commission meeting, and I was told to come to the budget hearing, which I did show up, and I'm online tonight, and I am requesting that some money be set aside for music soirees in the park, particularly at Oviedo McKeithen out on the ball field. And secondly, I also agree with Mr. Hurst that there should be more money allocated for Juneteenth. It was a big success. The city did an outstanding job at putting it together this year, and we expect more people next year. So I would think that it would be much needed. It would need much more than $50,000 for the fiscal year of 2026. So those are my 2 concerns, Mayor and Commissioners. Mr. City Manager, if you could find some money for some music soirees in the park, us taxpayers would much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. One more hand went up. Annette Mitchell. Name and address for the record, please, and 4 minutes.
Good evening. Annette Mitchell, 760 Southeast 2nd Avenue, beautiful city, Deerfield Beach, Florida. And I just want to say I agree tonight with Dan Hirsch and Mr. Adams. And as part of the African American Heritage Board that sits on the board, we do need more money. And yes, this year was a great success. Thank you to all those. I got to give credit to the staff that did help out. And I just want to see it grow even more. And I do appreciate the community and what they're doing to recognize Juneteenth. Thank you.
Thank you. Unless you see something I don't, Madam Clerk, I don't see any more hands online. Anyone else here? So that is the end of public input. We are now at adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Powell. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone